All right. Now sitting Erwin Laskowski leading the way in GTP. Alex Cowan and 07 Racing GT leading in GT3 Pro. Doing a great job of that too, leading by 24 seconds. And Luke Smith for Unlucky Luke Racing going for their first win in PEC competition, leading by 16 seconds. Doing whatever they can to try to make inroads on the competition here. It's the 24 hours here of Europe as everything continues on. We are live now on ABN2, so I'll be able to welcome at this time, producer Amity Polsatrix. We'll hear from Amity occasionally on ABN2 throughout the 6 hours there. Also welcoming Eli Sasek, ABN Sports Car Race winner and commentator on the HDI Hammerdown Truck Series on Tuesday nights. And we'll soon be able also to welcome Ryan Pinnell, who also commentates on Tuesday nights and also a winner in the ARC's Saturday Night Showdown and other competitions as well. Welcome everyone to the show. For everyone tuning in on ABN1, join us as we raid ABN2. Both channels live for a brief simulcast. Eli, the show is yours.
Thank you, Carmen. Welcome to the Platinum Endurance Championship here for the 24 Hours of Europe on ABN2. About 8 hours into the race now of the 24 hours here at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans. Few battles going on in the track right now as the night begins to fall even closer into the darkness. It's been quite a good race so far.
Yes. A little bit of latency here, obviously on our end on ABN1, but ABN2 I believe should be looking pretty good. As we begin the raid here. We enjoy everyone being with us in ABN1, going offline for 6 hours. Everyone enjoy ABN2.
Looking at the weather now, kind of here that we got here for Le Mans. 16 degrees Celsius, it looks like 95% humidity and then cloudy, and the wind going 18 kilometers per hour right now. So quite a chilly night here in Le Mans. Looking at the standings there, Project Valoris Hole, wow, in the lead, 53 seconds above Magic Arrow 55 for the GTP class. Team RedX.com SimSport 806 leading the way in GT3 AM, and then 07 Racing GT leading the way in the GT3 Pro class. Looking right now at Zadar Ates, currently in third for Reiter Engineering Esports, going through, I believe that's the Porsche or the Ford curves right now. That Acura looking quite nice in the dark with those headlights as he's going into the pits currently, looking to make another stop on this long journey to the finish line. Now looking at Erwin Lishkovich in the Project Valoris number 50 team, the team that's currently leading right now in the GTP class. Another Acura on the field here, going through Indianapolis down into, I forgot what that turn is called, but quite a tricky set of turns here, at least in my opinion, at the Le Mans track. Looking to pass a few GT3 cars here down the straight going into the Porsche curves. You know, a lot of action left to go here today, or throughout the night and the rest of the day, wherever you are in the world watching this right now. Of course, it's about 4:05 EST here in America, the East Coast. So we'll be going throughout the night into the early morning. But if you're in Europe, it may be nighttime right now, going into the early hours of the morning. Nice afternoon here. Seen a lot of action on track as well. Just Erwin Lishkovich going through the straightaway, completing another lap, extending his lead over the Magic Arrow 55 car. See only about 3 cars on the lead lap currently in the GTP class. Now looking at Norbert Tomas in the Magic Arrow 55. You can see the gap right there. Tomas in the Porsche curves are just coming into them right now, and that's how big this track is. It's quite a huge track here at Le Mans, 8.47 miles. Don't know what that is in kilometers. I think it's about 11-ish, but still quite a big track here.
Very large track indeed, and I've been watching a little bit of the race before we went live on ABN2, and thanks, of course, to all the production staff who've been working before us, Carmen, Sienna, and Olivia Hayward doing a fantastic job to host the first 6-7 hours of this race. But Project Valorous and Magic Arrow 55 have been kind of going toe-to-toe with each other for quite some time. This is about the biggest I've seen this gap between the two, not including any pit stop cycles. So it seems like Project Valorous is really extending the lead against Magic Arrow 55, but at least at the moment, it seems like Norbert Tomas and Erwin Liskowitz in the Project Valorous GTP car are pretty evenly matched. They're kind of going toe for toe each corner, gaining and losing time to each other. And
yeah, they might be a little bit faster in certain areas too than the other, so that's why we see that relative kind of fluctuate.
And then also, if we switch over to the interval, we can kind of see where people are in comparison to each other on track, car to car. So Alex Cayone on the 07 Racing GT Mercedes, the number 201, has been leading GT3 Amateur by a pretty comfortable margin. About 5 minutes, 36 seconds, separating them from Unlucky Luke Racing.
I like the lights on those, the overhead lights going across the windshield onto the roof. I don't know why, I just like how those look, but you can see them coming down into Indianapolis. I believe this is one of the trickier turns on the track, in my opinion, especially in the GTP cars, where it's really easy to get those loose if you just put them on the wrong part of the track. But Alex Cayone doing a great job there through those tricky sets of turns, coming down onto straight into the Porsche curves.
One moment while I try and fix the standings, because for some reason, the AM class is above the GT3 class. I'll try and figure it out real quick. I got a lot of new settings here to fool around with, but anyways. Regardless, though, GT3 AM 07 has been taking control of the race so far. Meanwhile, Sam Rose in the BMW for... are you classified as GT3 Amateur? For some reason, he's classified as GT3 Amateur, but that's not correct. This would be the actual leader, I believe.
Yep.
If I am correct, this would be the leader, Luke Smith of the 396. Not exactly sure why we have a GTP stuck in with the GT3 AMs. I'll have to try and take a look at that later, but at least at the moment, this is your class leader for GT3 Amateur with the 396 of Luke Smith. Unlucky Luke and Slippers Racing Team had a bit of a back and forth before we came over to ABN2. With Slippers making the pass, the 399 making the pass on the 396, until the Slippers Racing Team actually had a little bit of a spin, touched the grass at the end of the Porsche curves, and just had a little bit of a scary moment, but kept it off the wall, kept it safe, and only lost about 5 seconds of time. But as it stands, that gap has extended. Slippers slipping back all the way down to 23 seconds back. There's the Slippers Racing Team car now.
Yeah, looking good coming through the backstretch portion, as I like to call it, coming up into Indianapolis. Kind of like the mini Mulsanne straights here. into Indianapolis, which is actually one of my favorite turns on this racetrack. Can see a GTP in the distance as we take it on board here with Kevin Peters in the Slippers Racing Team at Mercedes AMG. Coming up onto the Porsche curves here after this small little straightaway. The Porsche curve is also kind of considered one of the hardest parts of this track. There's a lot of difficult sections on this track, whether it be the Mulsanne chicanes, the Porsche curves, or the chicanes at the end of the track as you come onto the start-finish line. Kevin Peters though looking to keep his car steady and smooth through these turns as he finishes off the lap here.
Coming through to 8 hours into this 24-hour race at Circuit de la Sarthe with the Platinum Endurance Championship. Still in the lead is overall the Project Valorous team. And they are currently leading by about a minute or so to Magic Arrow. Acura has been kind of weak on the straights from what I've seen, but heading through the corners has been very strong compared to the Porsche, at least from what I gather of watching a little bit of ABN1 broadcast. So, you know, kind of interesting to compare these cars to each other as we are going to take a look at what... Wait, I don't think it's going to show what cars people have for the GTs. Yeah, or it's going to show for the GTs, but not for the GTPs. But regardless, the Acura has been showing a lot of strength, both here in PEC on iRacing, as well as in IMSA as well. So, a very strong car in endurance racing in general.
I like how the Acura looks. It's a very nice, kind of fierce-looking car, especially with how the headlights are kind of tailored and all of that. See Erwin Lishkovich coming through the first Mulsanne chicane, the one that goes right, left, right. The next one goes left, right, left. See him trying to navigate these GT3 cars. And trying to gain this lead, he lost a little bit of time to Magic Arrow on that lap. I noticed the interval come down from 53, about 54-ish to 51 over these few laps here that we've covered, but also Erwin dealing with some heavy traffic here on the Mulsanne part of the track coming down into the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, so the Magic Arrow 55 piloted by Norbert Thomas. Last lap was a 3:23 or a 3:24.20, and for Erwin Liskowitz, the last lap was a 3:25.14, almost a second separating each other on that particular lap time. We're going to take a look as well at 07 Racing here. You can see just in the foreground there, the Acura piloted by Zadar Ades in the Ryder Engineering Esports, number 76. But this is the number 23, Alessio Bonino piloting the 07 Racing GTP car. Currently chasing down fourth and about 5 seconds away from them. So we could see, before the end of this stint, Alessio Bonino potentially catching up to the car ahead.
Yeah, Alessio Bonino was faster that lap by about 0.7 of a second over Zadar Atis. You see him just trying to close that gap coming into the Porsche curves. Let's see kind of how much track position gain. I'm not quite sure where he was looking faster and what sectors he's looking faster in, rather, but he's got to keep it pretty smooth from here. Let's see if this gap comes down any at all throughout this portion of the track.
Yeah, and I finally made it, so...
Welcome!
Traffic was rough over here outside the racetrack, so we made it.
And it looks like Alessio was going to go into the pits there. It kind of faked me out, juked me. As he's still chasing, it looks like Zadar had to deal with some traffic there coming in off of those chicanes on the front stretch area here. Looks like he's gained a little bit. Last lap, he was a second faster than Zadariadis Alessio was. So he's still gaining pretty solidly. If he keeps that pace, he'll be in fighting distance within about 5 laps here.
Yep, and joining us in the booth here is Ryan Pennell. A little bit late, as you mentioned, traffic being a bit of a factor in getting you here, but you're finally here. We are now we are beyond 8 hours into this 24-hour race, and right now we're taking a look at the number 220 in 7th place for the GT3 Pro class, who is piloting the AZR Motorsports Mercedes, chasing down Joan Guerrero in the Enosis Esports Mercedes, currently in 6th. This is a battle for 6th. Just half a second separating each other, and I think it might just be enough for Pedro Oliveira Vigaro to get the draft and close the distance.
Yeah, he's right on the bumper trying to look for maybe a possible move. He might be a little bit too far back. Let's see, but they're also going to have to deal with this GTP coming up on them here into the second half of this Mulsanne straight. Can see didn't get a great run out of that chicane, but he's still going to have the draft a solid amount. And might be able to make a move here into the second Mulsanne straight chicane.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see battles, 8 hours into a race. You would think that there'd be nothing going on the racetrack, but to see battles, 8 hours into a race, it's really cool to watch.
Yeah, it looks like Pedro Oliveira Vigaro kind of just left in there, give himself a little bit of room. Might be saving a little bit of fuel behind Joan Guerrero here as they fight for this 6th position in the GT3 class. And he's making the move down to the Mulsanne corner. Let's see how this works out. Can be a risky move sometimes depending on the drivers, but it looks like he's going to get it done here quite solidly into the corner, and is going to get a great run off for the straightaway into the Indianapolis corner. Guerrero, though, going to maybe look to get him back a little bit here. He's still in the draft, but probably not going to have enough space to get him into Indianapolis. Might close the gap a little bit, but as you see, the 220 is just a little bit faster through that section, gaining just a little bit more through Indianapolis, and then the turn that comes after it as they come into the straight into the Porsche curbs.
Yeah, it's been a good race between these two, but definitely looks like the 220 pulling away a little bit. But, it's a long race. Again, only a little over 8 hours into the race. I love these 24-hour races. I've done a couple at Daytona. Never raced here at Le Mans. I think that would be a bad ending if I was out on track. So glad to be here in the booth watching this. It's a lot of fun.
So yeah, have we all done 24-hour races before? Like, I've done some, Ryan's done some. Eli, have you done a couple?
I've done some. I've done probably about every one available on the surface. I've done the 24 hours of Daytona, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and I did 24 hours of Spa a few times. I haven't actually done a 24-hour race here. Might be doing that this year with the majors 24, but I do enjoy these endurance races a whole lot. Just the team aspect of it, and just the day to night cycles and everything that can happen.
Sorry to interrupt you there really quick. Pedro Vigario actually popping into the pits now after making the pass on Joan Guerrero for Enosis. So we might be seeing some beginnings of the pit cycles for GT3 class. I'm not sure exactly where everybody is in terms of like pit strategy, so I don't know if some people are off cycle due to like damage or penalties or whatnot, but certainly a valiant effort from Pedro Vigario to deal with Joan Guerrero without losing too much time. But as you were saying, sorry.
Yeah, I do enjoy how these endurance races work. I enjoy riding on them, just like kind of the grind it can be and the different classes and how the track kind of just makes in with the different temperatures. Yeah, I mean, there can be quite big temperature, what do you call it, variances, especially in like the Spa 24, some of those ones that take place in the summer. So those are very enjoyable to me, especially when we get some weather involved in those like we had in the 12 hours of Sebring this year. I don't know, I just enjoy this type of racing. It's very fun to me.
Yeah, I've ran the 24 hours at Daytona several times. That's about the only one you'll see me at. I have run the 6 hour at the Glen, but obviously not 24 hours. But I've never been able to run a race where the rain and fog and the Tempest weather system has been able to, you know, now that it's available. I've never ran one in the rain, so I'll have to try and check that off my bucket list at some point too.
Very enjoyable. The 12 hours of Sebring this year was very chaotic, especially in my split, where the rain hit on the formation lap. So everybody was kind of chaotic in this. But looking at Kevin Peters now in the Slippers Racing team, trying to pass a GT3. I don't know if this is for position. Looks like it just might
GT
be
passed
lapping
him.
somebody.
GT passed Kevin.
Passed him. Okay.
I think it was probably the GT Pro, if I had to make a guess, taking a pass on the GTM. I believe that is, if I'm not mistaken, there is. I feel like I should know what the heck car it is. Take a look here. Yeah, it'd be the 218 of the Sim Race Sweden Esports, piloted by Dan Peppels. And yeah, GT3 Pro car making a pass on a GT3 AM. And 218, the light mode Sim Race Sweden Esports car, currently in 10th.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts about this track though is just the different the sections too. You can see like the GTPs in some parts have to like work or even just be like patient, especially like through the Porsche curves. I don't know, there's just so many different aspects of this track that come in. I remember last year's 24 Hours Le Mans in real life, the rain happened not only the one end of the rain. That's Joan Guerrero in the Enosis Esports in 6th place. He's going to get it back going again. Didn't hit anything, thankfully, but this GTP car is going to be careful as he passes him. And unfortunate there for Joan Guerrero. He didn't really lose anything, though, so that's important. Didn't lose any time. Well, he lost time, but he didn't lose any positions. Just has to get that back going. But as I was saying, I think one of the interesting things about this racetrack is that it's so big, that you can have rain on one end of the track and not on the other, like we saw last year in the real life 24 Hours of Le Mans, where it was raining in the Porsche curves but almost nowhere else on the track.
Yeah, that is cool. I mean, that's something that I really applaud iRacing for, is, you know, taking the time. And they've been kind of teasing us with rain for what feels like 2 or 3 years, but they really took the time to make sure it was, you know, correctly done. And like you said, even in iRacing, you can kind of have rain in one turn and maybe not in another turn. So pretty cool that they took the time to make sure it was right and that we would enjoy it, and it wouldn't just be some, you know, cool new feature that they added.
Yeah, Gerard Sardeni Jr. now, looking at him in the Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro, the 266, staying in 2nd place in the GT3 class in that BMW, sitting about, looks like a minute behind the 1st place in that class, which is the 07 Racing GT car. I'm trying to see the differences on my timing. Yeah, about 56 to a minute behind. That's quite a big gap, especially at this track where a minute can be like just one sector on the track. You can see him now going into, I believe this is the Porsche curves in the latter half of the track. It looks a little bit foggy out there right now. That might be impacting these drivers' ability to see.
I know I was watching earlier on ABN1 and the fog was pretty heavy. I mean, it was tough to see even when it was still day out there. And according to the weather right now, it is showing some light fog. I believe it's about 66 degrees. So definitely not only is it dark, but there's a light fog over the racetrack as well. So visibility definitely tough for these drivers right now.
Yeah, relative humidity 98%, very high. As you can see, Gerard Sarthe Jr. navigating those chicanes, coming onto the front stretch to complete another lap. That would be 8 hours, 16 minutes into the race. Still a long way to go for these cars, drivers, and teams. Still a lot of action left to go.
Meanwhile, up towards the GTP lead, it does seem as though the Project Valorous car made a pit stop. Erwin Liskowitz in the Project Valorous car, now 30 seconds behind Magic Arrow, who has currently inherited the lead so far. Taking a look here on my timing board. Yeah, I believe Project Valorous took a pit stop on lap 138, so a few laps ago. And I believe Magic Arrow 55 will be the next soon. Take a pit stop. Their last time for their pit lap was a 129. About, I'm sorry, I'm bad at math. I don't know how many laps ago it was.
About 15-ish. I think that's about the limit of the pits. The pit window. I think the fuel only runs for about 16, 15 laps. I'm not sure exactly on that, but I assume he's going to be pitting in quite soon here. Taking a look at the weather: 19 degrees Celsius, air temperature 20 degrees Celsius, track temperature 98 degrees, humidity, and then the wind is going 17 kilometers per hour.
And that's coming from the west. 270 degrees means it's coming from the west there. And then it's also cloudy. A little bit foggy as well. There's a little bit of fog on the track. Not really affecting visibility too much, but certainly getting a little bit of light beams, the magic light beams coming through.
Yes, indeed. Looking at Norbert Tomas trying to make a move into Indianapolis on the outside, inside of somebody. I personally would not have made that move, but sometimes you're just that much faster where it's like, yeah, if I die, I die. He must have thought it was safe enough for him to make the move. Sometimes people know their limits better than others, but still holding the lead here until his pit stop pretty soon here. I imagine maybe even this lap. We'll see.
Yeah, there was a couple of the GTP cars that pitted last lap. They were in 7th and 8th, so but still the overall leader hasn't pit yet, but like you said, I think it's probably coming here pretty soon. And then the 50 should take over the lead once that happens.
Interesting note here, looks like the Sim Race Sweden Esports 218 car that we were just looking at a few minutes ago was black flagged. I'm not quite sure what for, but that's just something important to note, as they were sitting in about 10th in the pro class, so just an important note there.
Leaders in pit road right now.
So kind of as we expected him to come in quite soon, there he is coming in to make his pit stop. So it should be able for Erwin Liszkovic in the 50 to pass him here pretty solidly, I assume. It looks like that will be the case as the 50 car is going to retake the lead. Norbert Thomas gives over the control of that 55 car to Balash Kuroshi, I believe that's how you say it.
It's a very international field. You're going to be struggling with a few of these names here, but do your best.
I was going to say, I'm not even going to attempt to say these names. That's all on y'all.
Well, you got to at least attempt, you know, put some respect on them. But, we don't mean no disrespect here at ABN2 for anybody who we mispronounce your names. We're just incredibly American, unfortunately.
Yes.
I tried to put some of my knowledge of Polish pronunciations to use, but I don't know how much Hungarian differs from Polish in terms of pronunciations. I've not heard the two languages really back to back, so hopefully I'm close enough on that one right there. Take a look at Erwin though, on the Mulsanne straight behind another GTP car coming around to lap him. It looks like a Cadillac there. That's one of the nice things about these cars is that the headlights on each car is different, so you can kind of know which one, especially in the dark like this where you can barely see the paint scheme or the details on it. That's just something nice I like on these cars is just how different these cars are in kind of their design choices. These GTP cars and the GT3s, all of them look different in their own interesting ways, and it's nice to give the designers of the cars freedom like that.
Yeah, it is cool to see all the different, even the different headlights, different, tail lights. It's just cool. You can, like you said, even in the dark, you can tell, what car is what. That is really cool to see, especially in the middle of the night.
Yeah, especially with the fog, too. Erwin, though, just kind of chilling behind this Cadillac. Just kind of vibing, maybe trying to save a little bit of gas as he gets the tow from the Cadillac coming into Indianapolis and out. Very nice, smooth. Trying to pass this GT3 car, though, that was interesting. Couldn't quite see what was going on there for a second. Everything was kind of mixing together with the lights and the tail lights.
The BMW also flashed him back too.
Yeah, so miscommunication there maybe, or just people racing hard at the hour 23 mark, but they're going into the Porsche curves right now. Nice look at that paint scheme. That's actually quite a nice one there. I like the pink and the purple.
It's crazy how fast these cars are running. I mean, obviously I am not very good at road racing. Everyone out here is very, very talented. I've just been watching all these drivers out here, and it's amazing to see how fast they're going around this track. It's again, a NASCAR guy, not a huge road racer. I still love watching, these events. It's a lot of fun, a lot of talent out here.
Yeah, these cars are probably, in the draft at least, getting quite close to 200 miles per hour, at least on the Mulsanne straight. Going into the first chicane there, I mean, they get up pretty good. At least the GTP cars do. The GT3's a little bit slower. I think the top speed maybe about 170 on them. But still, they get going pretty good down these straightaways, but not nearly as fast as the GTPs.
We are taking a look of the 255 piloted by Gonzalo Ferreira, piloting the Strumenti DS Racing Mercedes, and currently in 5th position, about 12 seconds behind the nearest GT car for position. About as close as it pretty well gets in terms of car intervals.
Yeah, 253 not far behind this 255 car. about 7 seconds. It looks like the 253 was slower on that lap. Actually quite interesting. The 255 of Ferreira, 3-minute 59.96, while the 253 of Alex A. Schmidt had a 4-minute 14.22. So maybe he had a little bit of an incident on the lap. Alex Schmidt did. That might have cost him some time, perhaps. So we'll have to see if he gains any of this time back. The Project Valorous Academy driver in a Mercedes, rather. Sorry.
Yeah, it's crazy how just one bad lap. I mean, you go from being ahead of, you know, somebody by 7-8 seconds, and then it gets closed down to, you know, 2 or 3 seconds, and now you're looking in your mirror, you're looking at your relatives, you're kind of panicking a little bit, and that sometimes makes you drive the car even harder and could make another mistake. So it's crazy that just one little mistake could make your, you know, change your position on the track.
Yeah, and this is such a flow-based track too. If you just make one mistake, that can kind of mess up your entire rest of the lap. It's just very flowing. Every part kind of flows into the next in a quite a unique way. And just one little mistake, especially in like the Porsche curves, can really ruin an entire lap, because yeah, I mean you lose the flow for basically until you get onto the Mulsanne straight going into the chicanes. Now looking at Alessio Bonino in the 2307 Racing GTP on the Mulsanne straight, coming into the first chicane there. It was kind of hard to see which part of the track we were at, but he's in 5th place currently in the GTP class, 4 seconds behind the 76 Rider Engineering Esports car of Zidar Ates. He was a little bit slower last lap at 325.96 of Zidar set compared to Alessio's 326.9, but he's still trying to make a charge and get around these GT3 cars as fast as possible to catch up to that 76 Porsche. I mean, Acura. I don't know why I thought it was a Porsche.
Hey, you know better than I do. Like I said, I'm a NASCAR guy, so I'm banking on y'all for that information. But yeah, I mean, it's just really cool to see these cars out here with especially if some of the shots that you see when the camera's kind of zoomed out, you can see that fog in the air. I mean, it's just a really cool scene here for a 24-hour event.
Yeah, Alessio gained a little bit of time there, about 3/10 coming onto this little back straightaway here into Indianapolis. We see the stops. It looks like in about the past, was this half hour ish, and then the last pit stops that they made on their laps. We can see, at least in the GTP class, the 23, the 10, and the 56 have not made a pit stop since lap 132. So can maybe expect them to pit in soon in about 3, maybe even 4 laps. And quite interesting that the 07 Racing GTP pitted 2 laps earlier than the Rider Engineering Esports car. So that'll be something interesting to keep an eye on as they battle it out here.
Now, of course, we're going to take a look really quick at Zidar Ates in the Rider Engineering Esports Acura GTP car in 4th. That is who Alessio Bonino was chasing down, but Alessio is taking a trip into the pits.
A little bit early, so that's about 13 laps of fuel. Maybe you might have to keep that in mind. Let's see if any of the other cars behind him are pitting as well. Next would be Julian Jouy in the Old Firm Racing purple car in 6th. Let's kind of see if he takes a pit this time around. He's just coming through the Porsche curves now. Car behind him not for position, I don't believe. That's an Acura.
I believe that is the
Erwin
number 50.
Lischkalvich, yes.
Yep.
So that's the leader. Maybe looking to lap the 10 car here as, yep, Julian Joy going into the pits. It looks like our pit cycle is about every 13 laps. As Davide Favaro taking over the 23 car for 07 Racing GTP.
Yeah, and 13 laps, I mean, that doesn't sound like a lot, but this track is a very, very, very long track. So, I mean, 13 laps, that's a pretty long run, especially running as fast as they are out here.
Yeah, of course, 8.47 miles. I mean, 3-minute lap times. Very big track. As Zadar Atas probably going to come in within the next lap or two based on the information gathered, of course. On the his last pit lap was 1:34, so maybe look for him to come in on lap 1:47. Renny Martin y Mateos, I think that's a bit of an interesting name there. I don't know if that's right, but he's in the 10 now. He's taken over there. As the 11 car has pitted this time as well from, I believe, second position. Alexander Weitzel in the German sim racing.de Acura making another pit stop here. The pit cycles are happening currently right now. At the Magic Arrow 55 now too in second. He pitted 4 laps ago. Looks like he's on the Mulsanne straight. It's so hard to tell with the nighttime and the fog. Yeah, Mulsanne straight first chicane in that Porsche Balash Toroshi. Looking to pass this GTP maybe before this next chicane. Sitting 45 seconds behind the Magic Arrow 50, behind the Project Valorous car in first place.
Yeah, that's one thing that's always difficult. I mean, is getting through traffic. Obviously, the GTP cars, you know, a lot faster than the GT3s. So, you know, traffic, especially with it being nighttime and with the fog, you know, they're doing really well from what I'm seeing right now. I mean, obviously, like I said, everyone out here is very talented. You can't always say the same for some of the official sessions that we run on iRacing, but everybody's done a really good job of, you know, maneuvering around slower traffic and, you know, keeping it clean and not causing any issues out on track.
Yeah, looking at Erwin Lischkalvich now, the 50, Project Valorous in first, going through the Porsche curves here. Sorry.
Did we both sneeze at the same time?
I coughed. I'm feeling a little bit sick.
Oh, you coughed, I sneezed.
So
okay, got you.
a little bit sick. The allergies here in Michigan are not doing me very well.
Same, buddy, same.
So not feeling too great, but nonetheless, we carry on to Erwin Lischkalvich now doing, finishing another lap, 1:47. Good, solid gap over the 55 car. Just looking to maintain that as he comes through the, the Michelin Hill, or not the Michelin Hill, what's this, the Dunlop curves.
There you go.
So many different tire sponsors on this track, Michelin, Dunlop, I think there's another one somewhere probably, who knows, but Erwin still looking just to extend that gap even, extending it a lot here. Maybe the 55 had a bit of an instant, he lost 2 seconds and is still losing in quite a quick time frame there.
Just real quick, I'm gonna set my overlay just to make sure it's all working properly, because again, one of these cars is listed as a GT Amateur and it shouldn't be because it's a prototype. This is the car I'm talking about right here. This car, for some reason on my timing screen, is listed as a GTP, and it or is listed as a GT3, but it is a Cadillac. So, just going to very quickly reset everything here.
I think I want to note was that in front of the 50 of Erwin Lishkovich, 2 GT3s into the first Mulsanne chicane made some contact. It looks like they might have missed
Yeah,
a
I
turn.
saw that. That was almost bad, right in front of the leader.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who it was, but I just know it was in front of the 50 car.
There we go. Hey. That doesn't look right.
That does not look right. Different
fonts.
Font, yeah.
Yeah, give me a moment here. I'm just gonna keep fiddling with things. We're working on things in the background. This is the system we're using is it tends to be a little finicky sometimes, but we're getting in the process of fixing it here. Maybe it's fixed now. Using the wrong font again. All right, I'll start it again.
Hey, it's a 24-hour race. Everybody is gonna have some issues here and there. It's a long race.
Yeah, the drivers on track not the only ones having to worry about issues. Mechanical issues and whatnot.
Add into the pits, notably the Acura. So let's kind of see what happens here if Davide Favaro is going to be able to catch up to the 76 cars. Josh E. Tucker replacing Zadar in that 56 machine. Keeping an eye on the timing here. I don't think Davide in the 23 is going to be able to pass him, but he might be pretty close to Josh Tucker as he comes out of the pits.
There we go.
Still keeping an eye on this.
I think.
Joshy Tucker exiting the pit lane now as Davide comes through these last few chicanes onto the front straightaway here. So Josh Tucker taking over the Ryder Engineering Esports Acura. Davide Ferraro going to be about 12 seconds back, 13, looking to regain some of the time maybe lost on those pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, you could make that up, but not a lot of drivers making mistakes out there tonight. So it's going to be hard to make up any time. I mean, you almost have to, try some strategy or just hope that maybe a slower lap car, slows the car down in front of you. But like I said, everybody's just been doing so good. I think it's just really hard to make up time right now.
Yeah, looking at Balazs Toroshi now in the 55, still in second place, about 47 seconds behind the first place of Erwin Lichkovich in the 50 car. Lost a little bit of time since the start of his pit cycle as he goes into the first Mulsanne chicane. Alexei Schmidt now looking at in the Project Valorous Academy. The 253, that's a Mercedes in 6th place in the GT 3 class. Looking like he's 4.5 seconds behind the 255 of Giancarlo Ciferreira, who is 4.8 seconds behind the 210 of Patrick Gannon. So might be having a few battles here if these cars kind of get closer together in the coming laps here. They might be on for some pit stops here soon, though. Of course, the GT3 pit fuel capacity is larger than the GTP's. Alex A. Schmidt last pitted on 122, Giancarlo Ferreira last on 122, and then Patrick Gannon on 126. But also, I believe that's when they pitted, what lap they're on, and they're probably laps. They're most likely laps down. Yeah, it's showing that each of these drivers is on lap 128.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that if that shows up, because I got my timing up too, and I see those like 119, 121 lap, the last lap for the GT3, and I was wondering the same thing, if that was, their current lap, and then of course they're several laps down, so it seems like it was a long time ago, but may have actually not been that long ago.
Yeah, just a few laps ago, so it's been about 6 laps since the 253 and the 255 last pitted. Looking now at Josh Tucker, though, in the Ryder Engineering Esports Acura, going through the section after the Dunlop and before they come on to the Mulsanne straightaway. Down Mulsanne now. Quite interesting. This part of the track is public road. There's a soccer stadium as well on the inside, the left side. I believe there's a KFC there as well that you can see in game. Very interesting, just part of the track on being on public roads, and some other parts of it being purpose-built racing surface as Tucker comes in to the first Mulsanne chicane.
And you can see as he's exiting the chicane just how much speed they're carrying through these straights. As you mentioned, these are public roads. Imagine going 300 kilometers an hour down public roads. In any other scenario, it would be the sketchiest thing you would have ever done in your life, but in this, it's just racing, it's just Le Mans, it's just Circuit de la Sarthe. That's just how it is.
Of course, for the Americans out there that use miles per hour, that's about 190 miles per hour is about 300 kilometers per hour. So, of course, going at a pretty good clip down this straightaway on these public roads in the southern part of France.
Yeah, even 190, I don't know that I'd want to be running that on a public road anywhere in America. So, yeah, it's just crazy how much speed they have here. All these cars just doing a great job, and they're moving out there.
Yeah, looking at Kevin Peters now in first place in the GT3 AM class over the 396 of Unlucky Luke Racing. About 22 seconds separate these two cars. You can see as Kevin Peters comes onto the Mulsanne straight, Luke Smith just coming out of the Dunlop curves and down the hill into these this right hand, left hand before he gets onto the Mulsanne straight here. Still taking a look at the Kevin Peters and the Mercedes coming into the first Mulsanne chicane. Kind of all by himself as Chris B. Vraslov.
Chris Vraslov actually had, I think, potentially a bit of a moment, so we're going to take a look at that just very quickly here. This is the replay here, getting a little spin through the Porsche curves, getting sideways. This isn't Formula Drift here, bud. Although it would be...
Good save.
Yeah, it was a good save.
Very lucky not to hit anything, though, in this section of the track and the Porsche curves. Those walls are very close, especially that right-hand side wall coming into that section. I've hit that wall just racing normally before here. So he's very lucky not to hit anything or get any damage on that Porsche GT3 car, as he currently sits in 9th in the GT3 class. ways back from the 8th place car in this class, about 2 minutes 25 seconds behind Celio Mendez, who currently sits 8th in GT3. Looking now at Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing, sitting 4th in the same class, the GT3 class. 3 seconds ahead of Giancarlo Ferreira, and then 5 seconds ahead, about 8 seconds ahead of Alex Schmidt. These cars are starting to get a little bit closer together here. All 3 of these cars pretty close, maybe looking to vie for some of those top 5 positions here.
You can see just sparkling on the horizon is the car that Gonzalo? I'm trying my best.
I think it's
Ferreira.
Giancarlo
Ferreira. The accent under the C is messing me up because I know in French that makes it a soft C. So like en français, the C has a little nyet under the C. But Ferreira, yeah, chasing down Patrick Gannon in the RPM Racing car. And you can see closing that gap just a little bit by a little bit, now down to 3 seconds. So, bit by bit, the Strumenti DS Racing Mercedes able to catch up just a smidge, by just a smidge, to the 210.
Yeah, chipping away at that gap ever so slightly. Both of them running the same manufacturer, both running the Mercedes AMG GT3. Important to note though, Patrick Gannon may be on a little bit fresher tires, maybe a little bit, but also heavier fuel load, as he last pitted on 126. Giancarlo Ferreira last pitted on 122. So maybe a little bit of an advantage to Gannon, at least on the tire front, but Ferreira run a little bit lighter of a car with that lesser fuel load, but still gaining a lot here, even down the Mulsanne straights.
Yeah, it looks like the 50 cars in pit road now too. So see if they make a driver swap or if they keep Erwin in the car, but they are on pit road right now.
Erwin Liskowitz has spent the past few stints in the car, so we may see a driver replacement here. But it's also potential that Erwin might be their heavy focus driver. They're kind of like their star driver. But from what I can gather, from what I understand, everybody on Project Valorous are very skilled, very talented at what they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be leading this race for pretty much the whole time. Wesley Casper is now back into the car. He was racing like just as I started tuning into ABN 1, Wesley Caspers had gotten out of the car, Erwin replacing them. In the meantime, Balázs Tarosi actually getting passed through this pit cycle in the Magic Arrow 55. So Magic Arrow 55 currently even though the pit delta is having Project Valorous in the lead, currently through pit cycles, Magic Arrow is going to take back the lead again.
Yeah, of course. I think Project Valorous might be on a bit of a different pit cycle here. It looks like they're a bit off from everybody else that's in the GTP class. Looking on board, you can just see the speed on this car as it goes down the Mulsanne straight into the first chicane. Absolutely flying by some of these houses on the left-hand side, and the reflective markers on the guardrails. Just very good visualization of the speed as it roars through the streets here.
Something else to note as well, the Magic Arrow 55 just going into the braking zone, dips in the clutch a little bit, so they are saving fuel, trying to extend the range on this GTP car. The hybrid system doing quite a lot to increase the fuel mileage, but obviously, in racing, you need to do just a little bit more to extend those pit cycles.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that, that you think fuel saving, you think like a NASCAR race where it's, you know, maybe 150, 200 laps. This is a 24-hour race. You wouldn't think, you know, oh, they're saving fuel, but it helps. I mean, it changes the strategy. If you can go just one extra lap that over 24 hours, that's huge. So it's crazy that they do that, but pretty obvious that they're saving fuel, saving tires, you know, even for a 24-hour race.
And we did just miss the pass for 4th place. Strumenti finally catching up to and passing Patrick Gannon. So now in 4th place is Goncalo Ferreira for Strumenti DS.
Looks like the 51 car might have had an incident. He's dropping throughout the pack into the GT3. Car is now on the leaderboard. That is the GTP 51 of Daniel Larson.
Yeah, we can't quite get a beat on where he is on track at the moment, so I'm not sure what happened with him. Might have been a...
The entire team left the session, so I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. If they had another incident or the damage that they received earlier in about the 8-hour mark was too heavy to repair and they just called it quits.
Might have been the case. We'll take a look at a different incident, however.
At the same time, too, so yeah, definitely a little suspicious there. Go ahead there.
We'll take a look at an incident with Joao Jorge in the Focus Racing Porsche GTP. Bit of a spin. The GT behind making a very wise decision to get on those brakes and keep it safe. And of course, traffic navigating the slower car. That's the number 7. As for the Project Valorous team, I'm not exactly sure what has caused them to disconnect. I'm not entirely sure. I'll see if I can figure something out, but yeah, the team is not currently showing up on track.
Wesley Cass, now looking at Patrick Gannon in this fight, trying to come back at Giancarlo Ferreira for the 4th position in the GT3 class. Can see them coming into Indianapolis. Patrick Gannon still just trying to stay on to the back bumper of that 255, stay in the drafting range, maybe down the straights, kind of dipping in and out of it. Something to note, last time around he was 2 seconds slower than the 255 of Ferreira, so might just be outmatched on pace at the moment.
We're closing in on almost 9 hours into this 24-hour event, so not even halfway yet. Still not even close to halfway. So we've got some great racing, and it's been a blast to watch. And thank you all for having me. I know I'm not the best at calling these races because I'm learning, but I love watching them and love being up here. It's a lot of fun.
Of course. Few of the GT3 drivers making their pit stops now. João Guerrero in 3rd into the pits. It looks like Giancarlo Ferreira, Patrick Gannon, and Alex A. Schmidt are going to be able to pass, as Patrick Gannon actually got past Giancarlo Ferreira.
I believe Ferreira had a slowdown penalty. We saw him going very slow on the straight. Might have cut a corner somewhere, so serving that penalty and now having to give that position back. But we do know that Ferreira is faster than Patrick Gannon, was capable of catching up and then passing. So all that time lost is probably going to be gained fairly quickly, and we might see the battle on screen here.
Something interesting, both Ferreira and Gannon had the same exact lap time last time around, and Alex Schmidt was 3 seconds faster, so looking to join the fray for this third place battle, as one of the cars in front of the pitted Giancarlo Ferreira gonna look for a pass here, maybe on the Mulsanne straight. He's in the draft, he's very close behind to the 210, gonna be looking to do it here into the first Mulsanne chicane. Will he pull out? A little bit of a block going on there, not gonna be able to get past him, Giancarlo, as he's gonna look for another chance down the second part of the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a block there. That was kind of crazy, but it's, you know, I mean, you got to defend every position. It doesn't matter whether it's hour 9 or hour 20. You know, you got to stay in front of the cars that are trying to pass you, because he knows that if that car gets around him, he's probably he's still blocking.
Yeah, just maybe also trying to get into positions for the corners. These chicanes can be quite tricky to nail. Still might be looking. This is where he made the pass last time around. It was coming into the Mulsanne corner here. Still gaining a little bit. Might be looking to make the pass here, as he's right on the, getting pretty close to the back bumper of that 210 Mercedes. Not going to be able to make something happen here. He's probably going to be looking for something in Indianapolis. He gained a lot throughout the mid corner, the mid phase of that corner, coming very close to the back bumper of the 210. You can also see in the background, those headlights are the 253 of Alex Schmidt, maybe looking to capitalize if something happens. 3 seconds back, but still, if something happens between these two drivers, he's right there to maybe get back into this little battle here for the third place position. Patrick Gannon doing a good job of defending this from Giancarlo Ferreira as they come onto the straightaway before the Porsche curves.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes a little bit of contact between these two, and then, you know, 2 seconds turns into 2/10. So he's just got to stay close. And if these two have an incident on track, which, I mean, they are right on top of each other right now, so he's in a good spot if something happens with these two.
Saw not Giancarlo, but Patrick Gannon rather, get really close to the wall there through the Porsche curves. They're racing hard, trying to fight for every inch of this track surface as they come through the Ford curves, now coming towards the last two chicanes of the lap. Giancarlo Ferreira still looking to make a pass here on Patrick Gannon.
Getting a clip of that sausage curb there, probably hurting the exit as we see a GTP going along the outside. Pretty incredible scenes here though, because we can see that like every now and then Giancarlo will get right up against the bumper here through the mid corner, and then as you get onto the straightaway, it does seem like Patrick Gannon is able to get the better exits off the corner. And Giancarlo is going to have to start thinking about how are they going to be able to make those passes work? How do you want to you probably want to emphasize the corner exit speed so that you can get as much momentum onto the straightaways as possible, get alongside and start attacking for third position.
Yeah, Ferreira is not going to be close enough, it looks like, this time around on the Mulsanne straight to make a move. Might be wrong though, he's getting pretty close with the help of that draft. Sometimes it's easy to overestimate just how long that first run into the chicanes are, but not going to be able to make a move. And as these two battle more, it's going to allow Alex Schmidt to just start closing the gap just a little bit more each time.
Yeah, as these two, you know, battle, I mean, like you said, I mean, he's able to just close the gap because he's running by himself. He doesn't really have to worry about anybody racing him, so he can just kind of see these two in front of him and just do what he needs to do to close that gap, even if it's just a 10th every lap or 2/10. You know, he'll be there in 10, 12 laps if it takes that long. But obviously this is a very long track, and these two are still, I mean, this is a really good battle here.
Ferrer's going to have a chance here into the bull side corner.
For sure.
Plus this GTP doesn't get into the way here. He's looking on the outside. He's going to try and cut across to the inside here on this first part of the turn. He's right there. Surprised he doesn't make the move. Maybe that GTP just affected him a little bit more than I initially thought, but they're still racing hard. Giancarlo trying to look for every possible angle to get past this third place car of Patrick Gannon. Might be looking for a move here on the straight up into Indianapolis. Give him a little bit of a bump there, a little bit of a shove to the back of the 210 Mercedes as he gets off into Indianapolis, looking for maybe the run off into the corner. And he has a fantastic run. It looks like Patrick Gannon might have made a mistake, and that's going to allow Giancarlo Ferreira to make the pass quite cleanly. Once again, gain around Patrick Gannon, and Patrick Gannon's going to be on the counter attack here, coming up into the Porsche curves.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little loose there on corner exit and just tried to keep it from going around and had to get off the throttle, and that's all it took. And the 255 was able to get around him, but like you said, he's still there. I mean, he's not giving up yet.
Well, not giving up as they come through the Porsche curves. See both cars getting quite close to that blue wall as they pass underneath the Michelin signage. Still coming through a GTP, getting a little bit of the way there of Patrick Gannon. That's going to affect him a little bit, and allow Ferreira to get away just a little bit more, gaining about 4/10 from that as they come around to complete another lap here at Le Mans.
You can see Ferreira already making a decent gap onto Patrick Gannon, increasing that up to about a second out of the slipstream range. So Patrick Gannon has nothing but time to lose now, whereas Ferreira has nothing but time to gain.
Yeah, and Alex Schmidt now looking to maybe gain a little bit on Patrick Gannon, sitting 2 seconds back from the American of Gannon. Looking like their lap times last time around were pretty similar. Gannon with a 358.55, Schmidt with a 358.13, and Schmidt's actually gained a lot there. I think Gannon might have made another mistake maybe, but Schmidt got his relative to under 2 seconds, and now he's falling back quite a ways. Not quite sure what happened.
Alex Schmidt might have cut the track somewhere, got a slowdown penalty, had to get off the throttle in order to serve that penalty. So that gap has now been extended up to 3.5 seconds. A very unfortunate scenario here for Project Valorous 253, but that is how it is. You got to be very careful with these track limits here. They are they're usually pretty forgiving, but if you take a little bit too much and bite the hand that feeds, it will bite back. And also an update on the number 51. It has been retired. I believe potentially due to damage would be my guess, but the 51 of Project Valorous GTP car has been retired.
Yep, and then Alex Schmidt just trying to drive on, catch up back again to Patrick Gannon here. Not much going on track elsewhere. I guess something important is that the 56 of Cohen Garrett's is right on, pretty close to the 16 of Regan McCarthy. It looks like on track. Yeah, right next to each other, coming through the front straight. Cohen Garrett's in the 8th place position with the 56. Regan Carty 16th and 7th position. Looking pretty close, about 2 second gap between these two drivers. but Cohen looking to take that spot away from the 16 driver. Looks like Regan Curry had a bit of an incident last lap. He was over a minute slower than Cohen Garrett's on that lap, actually. Oh, he pitted. That's what happened, it looks like. Pitted last time around. But they're still looking for some action here. Cohen Garrett's trying to catch up to the 16 driver as the leader is in. Balash Torres into the pits currently. That's going to allow Wesley Caspers to retake this lead as the 55 car stays in the pits and gets their service done. Some new tires, maybe some new fuel onto that car.
Yeah, it's cool to see the different strategies. Obviously, the 55 on pit road, the 50 able to stay out a little bit longer. So a lot of different strategies out here after 9 hours of racing, and it'll continue to just be different as the hour we get further and further into this race. The strategies will just be that much different. So it's cool to see who can make it a few more laps and who has to pit earlier.
Yeah, also in the pits is Alex Schmidt making his pit stop. So that's going to allow a few drivers behind him to get right back past him. Only 6 cars on the lead lap in the GTP class, notably. As Balash Torres comes out of the pits once again. Taking a look now at Regan Carty with the Dead Bull Racing in that Cadillac GTP. Cohen Garrett's only 1 second behind. Maybe looking to gain some more time as the GT3 cars slowed Carty down throughout the Indianapolis sections of the track. Gap is getting so much slower too between these 2 cars. So as we look at the Ryder Engineering Sports GT3, this is Philip Spess.
Philip Spess had a bit of an incident we're going to be taking a look at really quick here. So we're going to go to the replay. Out of the corner here, and there might be a little bit of contact.
Oh, yeah,
no.
Lot of contact. That's a hard hit for that Porsche there. Not quite sure who that was.
Good
That
avoidance
GTP. Yeah, that GTP was just able to sneak his way through there. Not quite sure what happened. Can we maybe get another look at it? Who's the Porsche involved as well?
It was Orlin Malinov in the Negative Delta Academy Racing car. Coming through here, going to be on the exit, and it looks like he just got driven into. Oh, hitting the indentation on that fence, and then look at this avoidance from the GTP. Very quick.
Not holding their brakes.
Very good avoidance by that GTP car. That could have been bad. I don't know who that was, but shout out to them for not ruining that car.
Yeah, Philip Spess did not hold his brakes in that situation. That's something you gotta do. Make yourself a little bit more predictable. That could have been bad if the GTP had not anticipated him coming, shooting back across the track in reverse. He's taking a slowdown now too. It looks like as we come back to Wesley Caspers, who is now in first after Balash Torres pitted. Caspers now up to about a 55-second gap lead over the 55 car. A little bit of a matching number there. Caspers, of course, taking over from Irwin a few laps ago on their last pit in, coming through the right left at the bottom of the hill before coming onto the Mulsanne straight right now. looking quite smooth out there, as Giancarlo Ferreira in the GT3 class is now in the pits.
Yeah, I'm looking at lap times, and the 55 had a pretty slow lap time last time around. I don't know what happened. Maybe he had to slow down track limits, but the 50 is really kind of pulled away a little bit. So I don't know what's going on with the 55 right now.
I believe that he just pitted, so put in a 4 minute 37 on his pit lap there. But gained 2 seconds there. As Caspers passes a few GT3 cars. Still an interesting battle for the lead. Of course, these drivers are on different pit strategies. About a 5 lap offset from each other. So it'll be quite interesting to see just kind of how this plays out. And then see Caspers coming up on a Porsche GTP to lap into the Mulsanne corner. This is interesting. So the 255 pitted. That was Giancarlo Ferreira. Now replacing him in the 255 is Giancarlo Lete. For that 255, Strumenti DS Racing staying in 5th place right now. Just took their pit lap. As they come on to the Mulsanne straightaway.
So we passed the 9-hour mark, 9 hours and 12 minutes into this race. We're going to take a quick refreshment break, so don't go anywhere. We will keep the coverage going, but we will be taking a break and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Platinum Endurance Championship European 24 Hours. Back on track here at Le Mans. Taking a look at the 278 of Crispy Brazilov in the negative delta by SimGear.B. G-Sane in 9th place in, can't quite tell, oh, sorry, the GT3 class. I believe we have a replay to take a look at here right off the bat as we take a look now here at the 66 of Pablo Riestra in the Carbono Esports GT Porsche, pulling through the Porsche curves. Trying to
Just getting a touch of the grass there. Little too much trying to get around a GT3 and then pitching it sideways. Might have barely touched the wall there. Might have gotten away with it though.
might have backed into it a little bit. I believe he might have been trying to might have touched even that GT3 car, but back to the action now. Crispy Brazilov in the 278, stayed 9th in the GT3 class. About a second behind Luke Smith in the 396 Ferrari. Trying to maybe catch up, was a little bit about the same lap times last time around in this GT3 class. As we see long lines of these GT3 cars here, actually.
And now on the ticker tower to the left of your screen, we can see some of the positions gained and lost. So the top 3 currently of the GTP class have stayed the same from where they finished qualifying. Meanwhile, in the GT3 Pro class, 1st and 3rd have stayed the same, and then in the GT3 AM, 4th and 5th had stayed the same. But we do see quite a few people gaining positions and a few people falling off. Strumenti DS Racing falling down from, I believe, 2nd to 5th, and then Lithium Motorsports AM, the number 33 in 3rd for GT3 Amateur, dropping down 2 positions from the pole, with Unlucky Luke Racing gaining 5 positions and is currently set in the lead of GT3 AM. And as mentioned before earlier in the broadcast, they have had a back and forth between Slippers Racing Team in the 399. So currently, as we take a look at the intervals here, we can see right now that the gap has only increased between Unlucky Luke and Slippers with almost a minute. And as time goes on, that delta seems to be increasing.
Yeah, the 396, of course, was still just chipping away at this, trying to gain more position over the 399 of Drew Glover. Drew Glover 2 seconds slower in that 396 car. So a lot of distance between these 2 cars. And of course, Luke Smith here just looking to probably try and keep it smooth, keep it on track, not lose too much, and just has to execute on those pit stops as well, just to keep it going.
Yeah, and every team has that one driver that obviously is going to be a little bit slower than everybody else on the team. That driver is usually me, so I have been there. But, they still have to turn their laps. They have to turn their, amount of laps so the team doesn't get disqualified. And sometimes they're just not quite as fast as some of their other teammates. But once they get, another driver out there, they might can make up some time there. It's just one of those things where some people are faster than other people, and that's just how it works.
Yeah, it's always nice to have that little that one just kind of Iron Man type driver that's maybe not the fastest, but always keeps it on track, always keeps it rolling steady for the rest of his team. As we still look at just a whole bunch of cars coming down the Mulsanne straight here into the 2nd chicane. A ton of cars, some GT3, some GTP, all run nice and smooth through these turns. here on the straightaway. Looking now at Dan Pepples in the 2:18. He's in 1.26 seconds behind the 2:78 of Chris Vrazilov. Might have a little bit of a battle on our hands here for I believe that's the 10th position in the GT3 class.
This will be a battle for 9th with Chris Vrazilov in the negative delta. That was the Porsche that was involved with the spin with that other BMW earlier today before we went on break.
I believe the other Porsche was actually Orlin Malinov.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I got them mixed up. They're both purple. So,
very similar schemes as well, I believe. I think it's like the exact same scheme, actually.
Something like that. So, currently the battle for 9th rages on. Dan Pepples continues to try and pepper the car ahead, trying to reduce that interval, and you see now within a second, about 0.7 seconds, 7/10 in and closing.
Yeah, on board here, I believe this is going to be coming through the Porsche curves. You can kind of just take a look and see how close these drivers kind of push the limits in these sections of the track. They get really close to the outer wall, use all the track surface basically to get the preferred lanes to go as fast as possible through here. And Dan Pepples looking very close to the back bumper of that 278 right now as they come to the front stretch area.
Yeah, it really is amazing, like you said, how they carry so much speed and, you know, keep it out of the wall, keep it on the racetrack. I mean, it's just really good driving by everyone as you see a GTP car fly past these two GT3 cars. Just really, really good racing by everyone out there on the track right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty close battle here between these two GT3 cars. Pepples did not get a very good run off of that turn, though. He lost a lot of time, actually, about a second, maybe looking now. Kind of curious if he got loose or what. A few GT3 drivers coming into the pits now. Luke Tannison in the 396, and then Kevin, a guy in the 234. Both pitting in the GT3. I believe those were driver swaps as well. But coming back to the action now, Dan Pepples going down the Mulsanne straight, trying to catch up to the crispy Vrazilov piloted 278 Porsche.
And he's already gaining time back. Already, dropped about almost 2 seconds back, and is now only a second and dropping. So I'm wondering if there might be just a little bit of damage on the Porsche ahead, dropping its top end speed here. And you can see the Porsche trying to break the draft there as much as possible, suddenly jutting over to the braking zone. And you can see just how much time Dan is able to gain on Chris Vrazilov.
He looks very smooth through those chicanes, Mulsanne straight, sorry. As he was just able to regain all the time he lost in the Dunlop curve, the Dunlop chicane, rather, as they come onto the straightaway going on the run up to Indianapolis. Vrazilov just trying to look to defend here from Pepples. Pepples is certainly the faster car as of now, and might be looking actually for a move here into Indianapolis if he gets close enough, which I don't believe he will, but you never know. He's closing quite a lot here as we take an on-board look.
Yeah, and you can tell he's really good in the corners, braking, into the braking zones. I mean, that's where he makes up a lot of his time. And then on the straightaways, it kind of stays even, but he's really good into the corners and on corner exit. So I think he's in a good spot to try and make this pass, you know, maybe going into a corner or just waiting for the car in front of him to make a mistake.
Yeah, it was a lot smoother through that corner, that 90-degree right there, coming up into the Porsche curves. He might be looking for a pass here. Not enough speed, though, to take that little bit of room away from the 278, just on his bumper now through the Porsche curves. See how close these cars are in proximity in these really tough turns where you have to use a lot of the track surface and try and maximize your exits.
Oh!
Is he gonna hit the wall? He hits the wall barrier. That's a heartbreak for that 218. He might just put it into the pits right away if he doesn't have if he has a lot of damage here. Let's see and take a look, but that's going to be really crushing to that 218 team, and Pepples in particular, so close to being able to make a pass and then just spins out when it matters most, and he's just going to keep it rolling. Maybe not too much damage on that Ferrari.
Yeah, it was scary too, because he was right there on the racing surface, you know, barely putting along, and a couple other cars flew by him, and that could have been a really big deal there, but luckily everybody gets through with no damage.
Yeah, now Vrazlov has no pressure. Part of the note, Wesley Caspers just finished pitting and relinquishes the lead to the 55 of Balash Turushi for the GTP lead. Taking a look now at Vrazlov, though, coming onto the Mulsanne straight. Not much pressure for him. Closest car is Dan Pepples, still 14 seconds behind, at least, that he's going to fight for position with.
And we did see in our notifications we had a wreck earlier before we saw Dan Pepples just lose it towards the last couple corners of the track. So we can take a look at this here. I believe this was Sam Rose, which is now in the Team Red X GTP, which is now taken over by Sean Brown. But Sam Rose coming in through the chicane and just going a little too hot and spinning it. So lots of drivers are finding it a little bit hard to keep grip into the car. Lots of these drivers are trying to push as hard as they can. And unfortunately, that's resulting in some of these unfortunate scenarios, getting the car sideways. And, you know, as the night goes on, the track does cool off, usually. If we take a look real quick here at the weather, you'll be able to see that it's 19 degrees ambient and track. So it's a very cool track here today. And as a result, your grip does increase, but that does mean that the fall off for your tires, the edge of grip, is a lot sharper. So instead of being a gradual fall off in the hotter track, right here when the temperatures are this cold, it tends to be quite a cliff.
Yeah, and luckily for or was in that A6 when that incident happened, he did not hit anything. So it was just a light spin, maybe heated the tires a little bit, but other than that, no visible damage. It did not look like he clipped that barrier, the tire barrier on the chicane when he did that spin. So very good. Just the time loss, of course, for him as we take a look at Guilherme Costa Reis. Alex A. Schmidt, about a second behind him. This is going to be a battle for P6, looks like, in the GT3 class.
Yeah, and also shout out for that GTP that did spin. I mean, you saw him sitting there. He waited until the track was clear before he came back out on track. You know, a lot of people would not do that. They just come down and just, you know, hope for the best. He did a really good job of keeping it up there, out of the way until the track was clear. That's a good job for that car.
Of course, that awareness goes a long ways to just keeping your car clean, as well as if you like pull out in front of somebody, not only does it ruin their day, but it could ruin yours as well, even more. Alex Schmidt, though, still lost a little bit of time due to those GTPs, but still looking to take this back and regain a little bit on the 220 of gear and make cost of the race.
The battle for sixth in class in the bottom right of your screen. Shifting just a little bit as Deadbolt Racing gets through. But once the Deadbolt GTP goes by, we'll once again see that it's about a 2-second split between AZR Motorsport and Project Valorous Academy. The 253 and the 220 going up against each other. Both of them gaining on position from qualifying, so they've been doing really good in the endurance race. Keeping these cars moving along. You can see kind of a push and pull here with the gap extending to 2.15 now after the... Oh, I think we might have had an incident here with Isaac Arvidsson. I believe Isaac Arvidsson would be... where is he? We'll take a look at this incident here. The 219 Ferrari, dark mode Ferrari. We've been seeing these drivers have some issues before, I believe, before ABN2 took over, but Isaac Arvidsson coming in through, I believe, the...
A little bit of a cut. That is interesting. Maybe just missed a braking spot and got a little bit loose. It looks like he kind of just parked it there.
Might have got a little bit intimidated by the GTP behind and just, yeah, a little bit too much mirror driving. Probably went defensive, if I had to guess. Went onto the inside of the corner. Oh, went wide, actually. Onto the gravel.
Like he might have gotten a little bit of help here, yeah. The GTP looked like he was kind of going for a gap that didn't really exist. I think he might have been trying to let the GTP by on that outside, and I think they made a little bit of contact there that sent the GT3 of Isaac Arvidsson kind of on that weird path into the trap there.
Yeah, this is Wesley Caspers, the overall leader. Oh, spooky.
Yeah, that's scary. I mean, it didn't look like that car was going to go high, and then he committed high, and then that car was right in front of him. So good job by Wesley to not ruin his race.
Yeah, sometimes just a miscommunication. They're thinking someone else is going to go someone, and they don't. Especially in a portion of the track like that. I think that Wesley thought that the Isaac was going to stay, well, rather go low, so he was trying to get not low, go to the right, and he was going to try and pass him on the left and get the run off the corner, but that's just not how it worked, and almost disaster for those two cars, as I believe Isaac probably had to slow down, so had to stop and get that cleared.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things. You got a lot of race car drivers out here. They really can't communicate with each other, so it's not like he could say, like, hey, I'm giving it to you hot. It's happening so fast. You just can't make that call until it's too late. So good job by everybody to not have a bigger incident than what we saw there on the stream.
And Daniel Cruz had a bit of an issue in the Core Motorsports BMW. We're going to take a look at that as well. Here's Cruz in the BMW. Into, I believe, one of the chicanes here, and just loses it on his own. Ooh, that was a really spooky moment there for those GTPs. We'll take another look from a different angle. Coming in just a little bit too hot, maybe. Getting the rears loose on the transition to the right-hander. Ooh!
Good avoidance by GTPs again. They are having to be on guard tonight.
Yeah, it looks like he might have caught a little bit too much of that curb, and as he tried to transfer over for the right, the right-hand turn, it just kind of got that car a little bit loose, lost the grip on that rear left, I think, maybe, and it just, no, rear right, it would have been, it just kind of spun him over.
And then we're taking a look at the battle for 6th. Alex A. Schmidt in the Project Valorous Academy, currently in 7th, less than 2 seconds back from Guillermo Costa Race in the AZR Motorsport Mercedes.
Yep. Alex Schmidt just looking to maybe get back up to this 220. They put a similar lap time down last time around, a 358.4 for the 220, and then a 358.1 for the 253. So let's see if Alex is able to kind of capitalize and maybe gain just a little bit more onto this 220 car Guillermo Costa Race.
Barely see the little speck on your screen there. The car ahead with the red lights just kind of flickering in the distance. That would be Guillermo Costa Race as they come through the first chicane.
Yeah, looking smooth for Alex there throughout that first chicane. Still keeping it under 2 seconds, that gap, but he lost a little bit of time there, maybe a 10th on that last chicane, so maybe gonna try and see if he finds some more time here in the second chicane.
Yeah, we saw him earlier have to slow down for a track limit incident, so we know that he's racing as hard as he can, you know, trying to catch the car in front of him. So, but he's just got to keep that in the back of his mind. You don't want to push it too hard to where you have to slow down to prevent a penalty, because then you're going to lose all that time. So just there's a fine line you have to walk here in these endurance races.
Of course, now looking at Wesley Caspers in the Project Valorous, 50, still sitting second after his pit stop. Laj Toroshi should be pitting here in about 1 or 2 laps. There, and then when that happens, that lead will be Wesley's once again. Sitting here at the 9-hour 42 mark.
And on the right side of the ticker tower, you can see all the laps that drivers have pit on. So Project Valorous is currently in second place, according to Pit Delta, because they had their pit stop at 162. And Magic Arrow 55 had their pit stop at 155 about 11 laps ago. So time is coming up shortly for Magic Arrow to once again pop into the pit stops.
Yep. And this has been basically the only 2 cars that have been fighting for this lead so far in this GTP class. Nobody really is in the same like zip code as these 2. And I mean, they're both putting it down. They haven't really made any big mistakes, neither of them. So they should just, you know, keep doing what they're doing, make sure that they run clean races and get to their next pit stop safely.
Yeah, I mean, third is almost 2 minutes back right now of the leader. So yeah, you're absolutely right. These top 2 are really the only 2 that have a chance at this point. But again, long race, anything can change. You know, they could have some incidents, they could have some damage. There's still a long way to go. I mean, we're closing in on the 10-hour mark, but that means there's still 14 hours left in this race. So a lot of racing still left to go here at Le Mans.
Of course, and I mean, it's a big track too, so a little bit more room for error, especially as these cars get more spread out on the track as the race goes on and maybe the field thins a little bit.
A little bit of an unrelated topic, by the way, but I was just curious. The northern lights were rather abundant last night. I heard that it was like a geomagnetic storm. Some very professional and very intelligent astronomers would simplify it as saying the sun farted last night and gave us some pretty lights about it. Did any of y'all see them?
No, it was raining and cloudy.
Aw.
Yep,
No.
same here. I'm very close to Eli. I'm in Michigan as well. It was raining pretty much all night. Cloud cover was just too much. But I did have my cousin who lives down in Georgia where I used to live had a really good picture of them, and I'm like, man, I moved closer to Alaska and you can see them in Georgia and I can't see them in Michigan. I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, huge stuff.
I live in Saskatchewan, so I'm a little bit further north than y'all, and we had clear skies, so I was able to see pretty well. I could probably pull up a shot or two, but my brother got some really good shots here. Let me just see if I can find one that I have saved on my computer here. Because it was genuinely gorgeous. Like, you couldn't really see it too well with the naked eye, but the camera really helped pick it up quite a lot. If I can pull up, go here. Oh shoot, now I lost it. I can't remember where I saved it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so the Northern Lights are like actually really gorgeous. I've seen them a few times in my lifetime just because I'm as far north as I am, but this is what they look like to me. Just directly overhead of us.
Very nice.
Yeah, I got
know.
some teals and blues, purples in there.
It was crazy because, my cousin, again, like you said, he lives down in Georgia. The picture he sent me, they were red. It was like a completely different color than everyone else was seeing. So, yeah, it was crazy how the colors changed depending on where you were viewing it from.
Those magnets going to work in the sky.
Absolutely, because my brother did get another picture. So, like, that one image that I just showed was from above. This one is from the horizon, and that's where you get that sort of reddish hue. Which is what...
Awesome.
It's really crazy how electromagnets slamming it, or the electromagnetic field that Earth has strikes the planet. Or like when it's struck by solar flares and radiation coming from the sun, it just creates these beautiful colors. And an astronomer actually mentioned on broadcast that if it wasn't for the electromagnetic field that Earth has naturally, we would have died. We would have been completely radiated to death. So thank you, Mother Nature, for protecting us and also giving us a cute light show while making sure we don't get murdered by radiation.
Yeah, interesting note on how the phones can see it better. I believe it's something to do with the magnets and like the wavelength of the phone whenever it takes that picture through like the camera lens. Some interesting stuff that science could probably explain better than me.
I can probably explain it pretty easy. I can explain it pretty easy. Me and my brother were using multi-second time-lapse shots. So the shutter was staying open for about a second, 2 seconds, so it can brighten things up that the human eye can't see. That's all it is. It's just letting the sensor and the camera be exposed to more light for longer, so that you can see in the dark, essentially.
Interesting. Yeah, a lot of cool, interesting things that our world just comes up with that seem kind of impossible or just really interesting. That happens just because of how the world works, or like how we have a magnetic field that surrounds us that keeps us from not dying, whatever.
So this is I believe, 4 overall position, but not within class. Milo Spielman in the Lithium Motorsports amateur car, just behind Kevin Nguyen in the Lithium Motorsports pro car. So the two teammates in different classes, right behind each other. And I believe actually maybe Kevin Nguyen might have just gotten past Milo.
maybe their last laps around were about 5-second difference. Kevin having a faster time, 358.96 compared to Milo's 403.67. So might have just been able to pass through earlier on in the lap. But yeah, you can kind of see just the difference, also not within just the GTP class and the GT3 class, but sometimes just the difference between the GT3 AM and the GT3 Pro, just the speed difference. The GT3 Pros just know how to get around these tracks a lot quicker than the AM cars, and maybe to navigate the slower drivers a little bit more efficient than AM drivers. So just some interesting things there on how maybe sometimes it works with these drivers.
Yeah, the traffic, I mean, like I said earlier, it's just, it's so cool to see how, you know, the GTP car is obviously way faster. You know, the GT3 Pro versus the GT3 AM, you know, not quite as a significant speed difference as the GTPs, but still you can see, you know, that speed difference, and they still have to navigate and, you know, not cause any issues on track. So it's cool to see that, and all these different drivers able to do that very well tonight.
Yeah, it looks like Milo actually pitted his last lap, and that's why Kevin was able to pass him maybe on his out lap. But very nice to see sometimes the teammates fighting with each other for position. Sometimes as Milo might be able to get him back here, he's staying within distance of Kevin, about 8/10 back of the 232. See them getting a little bit closer. Milo looked a little bit better with it through the chicane there. He's not going to really have enough going into the Mulsanne corner, but it's interesting to see the speed differences coming through the apex of this turn, and as well as the braking and the exit.
Yeah, and the leader, the 55 car, is coming down pit road, so lap 169 coming down pit road. That'll give the 50 the lead now, but he last pitted on lap 162, so he's been out there about 7 laps on this stint here. So again, another swap in the lead for GTP. They kind of have been doing this since we took over here on ABN2. And I would expect they continue to do that unless one of them has a problem.
And something we forgot to mention as well while we were talking about the Lithium Motorsports cars, the number 334 Lithium Motorsports amateur car needs to finish 5th or better to win their first class title. So the fact that they're sitting right now in 3rd after passing Carbano Esports, I believe is what they just did there.
Yeah, that 366 is for position right behind them, it looks like.
Yep, and so the 334 is doing really well, and if they keep this pace up and stay in position, they could get their first class win in PEC.
Yeah, a little bit of a nice little battle going on here. They're not really battling per se, but just nice to see some cars for position around each other. Of course, it would be huge for any team really to win the championship. It's a nice boost of confidence, especially going into future seasons, into your own self. As Gilberto Alien looking to maybe spoil the party a little bit if he can pick up some pace here and catch up to that 334 of Milo Spielman.
We might actually figure out how that pass ended up happening, because I'm noticing in my incident sheet that the car is showing up. So Gilberto Alain in the Carbano Esports JD GT3 Amateur 360. Whoa, 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 whoa! What in the? Did his car shut off? He didn't have any lights for a second there.
I think it was a visual glitch, but because it looked like the bumper reattached as well.
Taking a look at another angle here. Whoa. Oh yeah, that might have been just a weird netcode situation. Very scary with the GTP though. And that's how Milo Spielman got past and managed to make up that position into third.
Yeah, interesting to note, Gilberto now is falling back quite considerably, so he still probably has some damage on the front end of that Ferrari. Milo is going to continue to look for any point where he can get around his teammate here, or he might just be content with staying behind and maybe saving a little bit of fuel from the tow from that 234 BMW.
Yeah, I mean, why push it? I mean, you still got a lot of time left. I mean, might as well save a little bit. You got your teammate in front of you, so you know there's not going to be really any issues. But taking a look at a replay here.
Yeah, this is the number 56, Magic Arrow 56. Patrick Zilvasi having a bit of a spin here. Coming back onto the track.
Yeah, not too horrible. Was able to keep it straight and not hit anything. So best possible outcome there. As he's in a little bit of a pack of GTPs. Nothing here looks like for position. Just some lap cars or maybe cars that are a lap ahead of him. Looking out with Drew Glover in the 399 Slippers Racing team. Sitting currently first in the GT3 AM, a minute and 20 seconds ahead of the second place Unlucky Luke Racing. So quite a big gap there for that 399. It's not much is going on in the field. As it stands, the closest still battle looks like between Luke Dudas and actually that 396, right behind the 218 of Nick Kirsten's. But Drew Glover still keeping a nice solid hold on this lead. Might be coming into the pit soon, not quite sure when the pit window is, but he pitted last 10 laps ago. Drew Glover then, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Looking now at Josh Tucker of Ryder Engineering Esports, sitting fourth nicely.
And sitting fourth is just a position below where Ryder wants to be in order to clinch the championship from here in the Platinum Endurance Championship for the class. Bit of ground, a little bit of ground to make up against GermanSimRacing.de in order to make it into that position and potentially clinch mathematically the championship, as I think we might have an issue here. Yeah, we got some... I think this is 4 position potentially.
Yeah,
yes,
Julian
it is.
Joy in front of Regan Carty here. Regan Carty really close on the back bumper of this 10 of Julian Joy. He's going to look to make the pass on the Mulsanne straight here if he has enough ERS and is just quicker as they come down into the first chicane.
Yeah, again, it's just crazy that there's battles this close. I mean, we're 2 minutes away from being 10 hours in. Oh, he's going to make the pass right here. Can he make it stick? That's the main thing.
Take a look. He should be able to get the pass on here unless he makes a mistake, and he's gonna keep it smooth. Oh, looked like he almost was gonna hit that tire barrier for a second, but able to keep it back on track. But this might open the door for Julian Joy to get back at him coming into the next chicane. On board, looking back at the 10 now with the 10. Not really gaining any from that slipstream. Might be trying to save a little bit of fuel here behind the 16 as they come onto the last section of the Mulsanne straight into the Mulsanne corner. Getting pretty close to the back bumper. Not going to be able to make a pass here, though. Might look into Indianapolis if he gets a good runoff, and these GT3 cars disrupt that 16 on the straightaway just even a little bit. There's a few battles going on here, maybe not for position, but just cars maybe jockeying with each other here, as this might be a little bit sketch coming here.
Yeah, you know, Eli, earlier you talked about a KFC outside of one of these turns, and we're getting close to the end of our broadcast. Maybe me and you can go get a couple buckets of fried chicken after we get done here tonight. I think that'd be a good reward for us.
Yeah. A few interesting things like on that corner coming onto the Mulsanne straight. There's a soccer stadium that belongs to Le Mans FC, KFC, a few other areas or storefronts there. Just kind of adds to the flavor of this track, as still some incredible fighting going on between these two, trying to manage the traffic in the Porsche curves. It just adds a lot of character to the track, not only it being on a public road and being such a huge track, but some of the track side things you'll see, like the huge stadium, or maybe just the KFC signage on the right as you're going down the Mulsanne straight into the first turn.
And we're taking a look now at Alessio Bernardini. Thank y'all so much for making me hungry. Now I want some KFC. But
it does sound good.
The 07 Racing GT currently leading a GT3 Pro. All they need to do, this team, all they need to do is finish in the points. And they have cemented themselves with a third straight GT3 Pro title. Of course, we still got 14 hours left to go in this race, just passing the 10-hour mark. But anything can happen, but probably one of the best ways to make sure you score at least a point is to be in the class lead.
Yeah, of course. And also interesting thing, just looking at Google Maps there, it looks like there's a short little oval on the inside perimeter of the track. There's a few interesting things that are just going on. The limits. But it's kind of interesting.
That's where I need to be racing, is at the oval. I'll go to KFC and then we can go race on the oval. That sounds like a great time.
Yeah, looking on board now with Julian Joy still. Maybe looking to make a pass down here into the Canes, not able to make anything happen. Going to be coming down into the Mulsanne corner once again between these two. Let's see what happens here. Regan McCarty still defending quite valiantly from that 10 car. Nice and smooth for both of these drivers so far through the Mulsanne corner. Some GT3 traffic on the straightaway. Have to maneuver these to be successful. Julian Joy still getting the draft from Regan Carty as they roll down the straightaway under the Toyota hybrid sign into the Indianapolis corner. Just the insane speeds coming through these section of turns. The Old Firm Racing purple car just looking to catch up to the 16 Cadillac.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was just watching, and the speed that they carried through those turns was just almost scary. I mean, it makes me scared watching them, but they are much more talented than I am, and it's just crazy to watch. You can see dust flying when they are on edge. I mean, they're just getting the grass just enough to throw up some dust, but not spin the car out. It's really impressive.
Yeah, looks like the 7 of Julian Joy had a little bit of interference from the GT3s, not able to get around them as quickly in the Porsche curves. Indianapolis is probably one of the sketchiest turns I've ever driven in any simulation. One wrong step and how you maneuver your car in those that right-hander into the left-hander, and that could be day done for you. Really enjoy those, starting to fall back just a little bit, coming through the Dunlop curves onto the Dunlop Ridge, and just looking to maybe gain back some of the time he lost onto Regan McCarty. Maybe a little bit of interference with the GT3 there, as Julian Joy's going to have a run on Regan McCarty. You see him trying to break the slipstream coming down the Mulsanne straight, but Joy should have this pretty easily into the chicane. Going to opt for the left side of the track, but it looks like he's going to be outbraked by Carty here. Let's see if he's going to have another chance down this second part of the straightaway. Nothing doing there. He's not close enough to make a move, but it's close enough to capitalize on any mistake that Regan Carty may make. Coming up on a GT3, coming into the Mulsanne corner, I don't think they'll be able to clear this car before they come in to the entry here. Carty making a move on that GT3, is able to get by quite cleanly. Joy able to as well, and they're still fighting hard trying to maneuver this traffic in every which way they can, the safest possible, while still keeping up with each other.
Yeah, just great racing overall. I mean, just again, I know I've said it a lot of times, but this is just a joy for me because my experiences with 24-hour races, obviously, you know, official sessions, my I rating, not the best at road courses. So I get put in with some people that sometimes don't know what they're doing. And all of these drivers tonight are just so competent. They're so good at, even when they spin, they keep it off the wall. They keep it, you know, from rolling down for the most part. They keep, you know, they're just paying attention, and that's awesome. It's just so fun to watch this.
Yeah, one interesting thing to know, it looks like Julian Joy might have lost a few seconds there trying to maneuver around these GT3 cars. Still looking smooth. I think he might be a little bit faster. I'm not quite sure if it's just GT3s getting in the way of things here, making it easier on these drivers to maybe get a little bit closer, but they're still trying to fight hard for these positions, these important positions, the 6th place that Carty is currently in. A few things I'm noticing at that lap, both Carty and Joy had very similar lap times, both set 3:27. Sevens, Carty with a 0.1 and then Joy with a 0.2, so very similar lap times. Joy's just a little bit slower that last time around.
Ooh. Very dicey little exit onto the Mulsanne straight. Julian had to react fairly quickly on the exit of that really high-speed corner to avoid the GT3. Does so safely, though. Old Firm Racing Purple currently outside the draft of Regan Carty. They're going to have to gain about 4 to 6 tenths in order to gain that draft back and start catching up.
Yeah, some of these cars might be making pit stops here quite soon. Specifically, Wesley Asper's staying in first right now. Pitted 10 laps ago, so maybe in about 2 or 3 laps we can expect him to make another pit stop. Julian, though, just trying to stay with Cardi, maybe gain a little bit, especially into full San corner where he seems to be a little bit faster. These GT3 cars, though, are just, he's catching them in some unfortunate positions. Sometimes half the battle with these GT3s is catching them in the right parts on track on the straights instead of in those long, winding corners where sometimes you may have to pass them.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like you said, it's just you get lucky, and sometimes you'll catch them where they don't really slow you up much. Sometimes you catch them where you have to back it up, or you're going to either wreck your car or wreck both cars. So it's timing is really important here when you catch those lap cars, and if it affects your overall lap time, you know, for that lap.
Yeah, Joy now saying about 2 seconds behind Cardi, so he's going to have a little bit of ground to make up if he wants to challenge that for that position more here. They're going into Porsche curves now. They're going quite wide on the entry to that. It's kind of how you want to do it. These curves are some of the toughest parts of any track in the world. Really hard to get right, even harder to kind of master and perfect your line through it every single time you run them. Just a kind of a art as they go through these turns. Yeah, last time around, Julian Joy in the 10 was about 1.5 seconds slower than Cardi, so quickly falling off the 16 cars pace as he's almost 3 seconds back now from Cardi. Also interesting, Milo Spielman here, looking at him right now, and Kevin Guillen still fighting for some position here, but of course both teammates, but in different classes. The 234 behind the 334. Both having very similar lap times, very similar on pace, and right next to each other on the track and for position as you see them getting passed by some GTPs coming into Indianapolis. Very sketch plays to try and make some moves, but that GTP right there able to get it done as these two cars continue to fight.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have made that move there, but hey, it worked. Nobody's in the wall, so like I said, these drivers are way more talented than I am. That's why I'm up here in the booth. But yeah, that was definitely a little sketchy there, but hey, they made it work.
I mean, no, Wesley Caspers is now in the pits, getting his pit stop as Blash Tourshi is going to take second place here. I mean, first, rather.
Yeah, Balazs Taroshi was that GTP to make that pass, lapping the Lithium Motorsports crew in their two cars, the GT Pro and the GT Amateur. But Taroshi obviously, you know, making some aggressive moves, probably because they recognize that Project Valorous and themselves are off cycle from each other. They're both in a kind of a tooth and nail fight with each other to try and level. Like, Magic Arrow has a little bit of ground to make up in order to be able to finish ahead, but Project Valor is currently coming out of the pits now, only less than 6 seconds behind Magic Arrow. So it seems like Magic Arrow is actually losing a little bit of time. And we see Magic Arrow 55 taking a slowdown penalty, going too far across the track limits, going over the curb, heading onto the Mulsanne straight. So that time is dropping rapidly. That's the last thing that Magic Arrow needs, is to get lapped, or in a manner of speaking, lapped just through pit cycles because of a penalty like that.
Yeah, at this rate, Wesley is going to be able to keep the lead even when he pits. That car is doing really good, just gaining gradually on the 55. I think they're a little bit off cycle from other cars, but they're still doing a good job of managing it. The 50 is, and if they're able to pass the 55 here, that'll be pretty good for them going into the rest of this race, as we just a few minutes ago hit the 10-hour mark.
10 hours, and still, I think we only had, what, maybe 4 or 5 people leave the race at this point. So still 34, 35 cars on track. That is insane after 10 hours of racing. And yeah, the 55 and 50 have really been the storyline tonight for GTP, kind of trading the lead back and forth, but now maybe different now that that penalty has to be served. And you think it doesn't matter, but when you have to slow down and the other car doesn't, I mean, that just really changes the entire strategy. So really big deal there for the car that had to serve the penalty.
And you can see within the same camera shot, you can see just coming into the background is Project Valorous. Just coming into the background right there. So Project Valorous can see their target only 3 seconds ahead. Magic Arrow 55 looking in the rear view mirror, seeing that Acura growing bigger and bigger in the mirrors. The Porsche is going to have to try and run away as fast as possible to try and gain some ground here to avoid getting too far back from Project Valorous to be able to fight towards the end of this race. There's still a lot of time left. There's still 14 hours, but every second counts, especially when these days.
I think Wesley might have been involved in something. He's slowing up a lot here. He's losing a lot of time. He looks like he might have had a ton of cars to maneuver through there. He was just kind of dropping like a brick. He was 3 seconds back, and now he's 6 seconds. So maybe just a ton of traffic he had to negotiate, or maybe some other cars giving him a tough time to get through.
Yeah, that might have been the case. And now, as a result, we're right back to where it was before Magic Arrow had to serve their slowdown penalty. That might have been a very helpful blessing in disguise.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, yeah, just all that traffic. I'm not sure if he made any contact or anything, but he definitely had to slow down, and he went from 3 seconds to, over 5 seconds back. So huge implications for that 50 car.
Yeah, it's going right back to gaining on that 55 though, so he's certainly got the speed, and he might still be able to get up to the back bumper of that 55 before he pits. We'll have to see how close he gets when that 55 goes onto that pit lane entry to make a stop and fill up on fuel in about probably about 5 laps time here.
Yeah, I mean, the 50 just pitted on lap 174, so definitely a different strategy there between those top two. And like you said, I mean, the 55 is going to have to pit here in the next, 4 or 5 laps, give or take. And the 50 will be able to stay out for, about 4 or 5 laps additional. So it's a really good battle, really good strategy between these top two. And after 10 hours, the fact that they're only 5 seconds apart is crazy.
And that's what I was getting around to saying was a lot of these endurance races these days, especially on the upper echelon of talent and skill, are a lot less about endurance racing and a lot more sprint racing. Each stint is its own sprint in a manner of speaking. And we're seeing this play out here with both drivers being very close together after this long. and pushing each other as hard as they can. And once again, Project Valor is still catching onto Magic Arrow 55. Wesley Casper is just on a tear after coming into the pits on fresher tires, but also on a heavier fuel load. And yet that Acura continues to chug along.
Yeah, he's been gaining some time. It looks like maybe a second now over the last lap. Still gaining. He's going to try and get as much as he can before that 55 inevitably goes to pit. So it's just something we'll have to keep an eye on. He's losing a bit of time here, though. That GT3 just caught him in a little bit of a bad place. But he should be able to make this back, no problemo. If he just keeps it going, gets into that maybe that 3-second bracket, that's going to put him in a good spot for when he pits next to maybe make the pass on that 55 for actual track position and not kind of the pseudo passing we've been seeing with the pit cycles.
And speaking of pit cycles, Fabio Ponta popping into the car for the 07 Racing GT 201, inheriting the GT3 Pro lead. We're seeing some GT cars come in for a pit stop as we watched. Just before pointing that out, that Magic Arrow is going around once again onto lap 177.
Yeah, they should be pitting in about 4 laps time here. Their last pit stop was on lap 168, so if they make it about 15, 14 laps, they should be pitting in about 4 laps here.
Yeah, and like we said, the 50 last pitted on 174, so he's only been out there for 3 laps on his stint here. So definitely some different strategy, but like you said, if the 50 can catch the 55 and pass them before they pit, it's going to put them in a really good spot moving forward in this 24-hour race.
Yeah, they're back to under 3 seconds on this gap to the 55, so they're catching quite significantly here. They might be able to get to that bumper to put themselves in a good spot for the next pit cycles, where they can maybe even pass that 55 and then retain the lead for the rest of the race if everything goes right for them.
Taking a look here in the GT3 Pro Battle for 6th, AZR Motorsport being driven by Guilherme Acosta Race, and the Project Valorous Academy 253 being driven by Hugo Valentin.
Yeah, bit of a close battle here between these two in the GT3 class. Not much GTP interference right now, but that may change quite soon. Looks like the last time around, Hugo Valentin was a lot faster than the 220, about a second faster actually, so we'll just have to keep an eye on this and see what happens with this. Racing pretty close right now, coming off the Mulsanne corner. As you can see, the 55 behind them and the 50 behind them, so they might be getting some interference here with these cars back. Or is this on the Porsche cars? This might be a little bit ahead of them actually. Yes, this is. So these cars are ahead of the cars we just saw as this gap closes from the 55 to the 50.
Yeah, he is definitely closing that gap. I mean, that 50 car is definitely moving right now, and I think the 55 knows that. I mean, they kind of have to,
gaining
right?
a lot just
yeah,
there.
He is. Holy moly!
I don't know if the 55 is coming in the pit or what, but he just no, he just lost a lot from those lap cars there. So that's gonna put the 50 only 1.67 behind, but he's got no interference from the GT3s, so he should just be full bore ahead until that 55 car pits. Wesley Casper is putting himself in a good spot to make the move here in the coming laps.
He's been doing a really good job, and I mean, he's closing. He's really, really fast, and if you're the 55 car, you know, I know he probably has a couple teammates in the chat with him. They're telling him like, hey, man, you got to go. You know, the 50 is catching you, and he's catching you quick. What kind of pressure does that put on the 55 driver to try and speed up just a little bit there?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit. I don't think they're going to be too worried about it because there's still a lot of time left. But that can also make or break the race if like the pit cycles, because if the 50 takes the lead under natural pass like this, he'll presumably be in the lead for the most of the rest of the race if nothing goes wrong. Because once he passes here, then on the next pit stop, he should have the lead once he comes out, instead of the 55 jumping him like we've seen previously. So it's going to be interesting to see. This is going to be a pretty pivotal moment in the race, as far as we'll see the next 4 or the 5 hours play out.
Well, Magic Arrow is actually saving fuel at the moment, letting the clutch in on entry into the corner. He's still gaining just a little bit, though still those pit strategies coming into play. Meanwhile, it seems the gap has closed quite a significant amount between AZR Motorsport and Project Valorous Academy.
Yeah, they're fighting pretty hard here. It looks like Hugo Valentin might have a bit of a run here on the 220, might be able to make a move into this second Mulsanne chicane. We'll have to see just how close he's able to get to be able to make this move right on the back end of that 220. He's going to play it safe here. Looks like trying to save maybe a little bit of fuel here. Or maybe set himself up for maybe a pass into the Mulsanne corner itself. He's just trying to stay in that draft and stay close to the back end of that Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, he's right there, like you said. He's just got to pick the right corner to make the setup, you know, to make that pass, whether he goes on the inside after he gets a really good run, you know, from that draft. Looks like he's a little bit better in corner entry with braking, and then on the straightaways kind of falls back just a little bit, but he's definitely there to set up a pass if he needs to, you know, going into one of these corners.
They're both on very similar pit strategies as well. AZR pit on 47, like 147. Project Valorous Academy on 148. You can see that gap closing now. So both drivers are on the same kind of strategy and really battling it out with each other. There's not really a significant advantage in tires, although considering the long lap times here at Circuit de la Sarthe in the Platinum Endurance Championship 24-hour race, one lap can make all the difference. So as we approach 10.5 hours into this race, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will of course continue the coverage of the PEC Circuit de la Sarthe 24 hours. Don't go anywhere though. We'll maintain video coverage. Commentators just need a little bit of a break. Whoops, I forgot to
Looks like the
unmute us.
55
I
has
forgot to
also made
unmute
a
us, my
driver
bad.
change. Aaron Wiener going into the Porsche, replacing whoever was just in that. I can't believe I just forgot that. That
By
is
the-
on me.
By the way, massive apologies to our audience. We were talking to you for about 5 minutes without me realizing I forgot to click the unmute button, so we were just talking amongst ourselves for a bit there. But just to recap, Project Valorous currently takes the lead back from Magic Arrow by a considerable margin now. Aaron Avener now in the Magic Arrow 55 Porsche, while Wesley Caspers now has a commanding 1.5 minute plus lead over second. So Magic Arrow may be wanting to cycle their strategy just a little bit. To try and match what Project Valorous has been doing. But so far in the GTP class, Valorous has been doing a fantastic job, and much in the same way GT Pro 07 Racing also maintaining a commanding lead over the Pro class in GT3s, and in the amateurs, Slippers Racing Team still also leading their class here.
Oh, I think we lost Eli there for a second here. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's back. We're good. But yeah, good racing overall. That 50 car just really seemed to flip the strategy. You know, they were kind of flipping back and forth with the 55 through pit stops, and now the 50, they're up there. They do have to pit here pretty soon, but with that lead, I mean, I think they're in a really good spot here.
Yeah, sorry about that. A little bit of a technical difficulties. Discord decided to not work for some reason for a moment there, but we're back. And interesting to note is that once Wesley Caspers pits this time on his next pit stop here in about 6 laps time-ish, he should be very even with the 55 of Aaron Avener, maybe just a little bit behind him, and we'll be able to retake that lead depending on how fast that pit stop takes.
And as well, in the pit stop, Jens Hamann popping into the car for German simracing.de sim racing team. And that means Rider Engineering Esports with Hendrik Ibsen is currently in third. This is where they want to be at the finish of the race in order to take the championship, I believe, if I am not mistaken. I'm just going to take a quick look at my infographics here, and yeah, that is in fact correct. They just need third to be able to take the championship for GTP class, and they're currently sitting pretty.
Yeah, Patrick Javil is Zilvazi is also in the pits for the 56 machine, but the majority of this GT P class is spread out. Also, not very much battles going on in the GT3 class. The leader there, Fabio Ponta in the 201.07 Racing GT, and the leader in the GT3 Ambi, the Slippers Racing Team. The driver of that car is Drew Glover currently. Those are the standings after about 10 hours 46 minutes here, 42 minutes rather, here at Le Mans.
Yeah, getting close to the 11-hour mark, which means almost halfway, about an hour and 15 minutes, give or take, before we're halfway in this race. Still racing in the nighttime hours. Sim time is, I believe 1 a.m., something like that. So getting close to, as we, continue this race, obviously the sun will come up here in probably the next 6 or 7 hours, depending on what it shows. But just really great racing all around after right at, closing in on 11 hours here at Le Mans.
Yeah, of course, and as that sun comes up, the track will become hotter. As we take a look at the weather, 19 degrees Celsius for both the ambient air and the track temperature, 98 degrees relative humidity, the wind blowing at 19 kilometers an hour from about the west, and then overcast here at Le Mans. Not looking like any rain on the forecast, though. Currently looking at Guillermo Costores in the AZR Motorsport Mercedes, sitting 6th in the GT3 class, about 3 seconds behind Hugo Valentin in the 253, currently sitting 5th in class. Looking now at Drew Glover leading the GT3 AM class in the 399 Slippers Racing Team Mercedes. Solid 1 minute gap over, a minute 37 gap over Luke Tunison, who is in second in that class. Looking very good for Drew Glover and his team, as we have about an hour, 15 minutes until the halfway point, but still a lot of race to go for these drivers. Anything can change at a moment's notice if somebody has a record incident, or maybe a costly mistake. You never know with these kinds of races.
That's kind of the scenario that played out between Slippers Racing Team and Unlucky Luke Racing. Just before ABN2 took control of the broadcasts here, Slippers Racing Team and Unlucky Luke were in a bit of a battle with each other, battling for the class lead. And I believe Unlucky Luke had a bit of a spin, which resulted in the gap being as large as it is now. So Slippers is currently in the control room for the GT3 AM class, but as you said, anything can happen at any time.
Yeah, important to note, there's only 2 cars maybe even on the lead lap for the GTPs as well. And some of the closest racing we will see is in the GT3s, just on virtue of them having more cars to race each other with. So of course, as we carry on further into the race, it's just going to see what action happens, what mistakes people make, and how that's going to change the running order once all 24 hours are complete.
Yeah, and even, like you said, only 2 or 3, on the lead lap for GTP. It only takes one little incident for the leader or the top 2, and now it may be 5 or 6 on the lead lap. It all depends on how they catch lap traffic. I mean, you can see that light fog I think it's starting to try and creep back in here. It was overcast there for a little bit, but the fog kind of rolling back in, so visibility a little hard to see out there with it being dark and the fog. So it's tough for these drivers to make sure they don't have any incidents when they come up on lap traffic.
Fog just rolling in as a result of the humidity in the atmosphere, about a 98% when we take a look at the weather there. The fog is still fairly off into the distance, not quite Silent Hill levels just yet, so they could still see beyond their headlights here, but it could become a problem if that fog gets any thicker. We see a GTP going past Drew Glover here, and with that, I believe we are coming to a wrap with Eli Sasek and Ryan Pinnell, who have been commentating for us on ABN2 with the Hammer Down HTL Truck Series, and of course for the past few hours here on ABN2 as we broadcast the Platinum Endurance Championship. So thank you to Ryan and Eli for joining us, and I hope you have a very good evening. Get yourself some KFC.
Absolutely. We're going to head over there right now and get us some fried chicken, and I'll be tuning in to the rest of the race.
Yep, for sure.
and welcome to the Platinum Endurance Championship. The second half of ABN2's coverage here. We've got some new commentators in the booth now, cycling out the talent. We've got Bobby Crivelli and Kevin Young now in the booth. Bobby and Kevin, you both are, well, I'm not sure about you, Bobby, but Kevin, you're fairly new to PEC, I imagine?
Yeah, 100%. This is the first time I'm actually covering a 24-hour race, and the first time I'm covering an endurance race in general here. So, hey, better late than never to really get a hand on this. So, yeah, you could say a bit of a newcomer, at least not on ABN, but at least in the PEC.
And Bobby Crivelli, you've been paying attention a little bit to PEC, at least for this race. So what have you been gleaning from the race so far? What are your takeaways?
So far, this race is a big race on strategy. In the first hour of this race, we noticed that we were getting into a big of a hoopla almost of the strategies that different cars were taking, and it really shook up the whole grid. Now we see these strategies are not being as prevalent, but we can still see their marks of it. The big part about this that we keep from this race is a championship race, and there are specific positions that certain cars are looking for at this current moment to fit in this race. And so how the positions jockey out and where the different cars are starting from the back of the grid and where they are now is going to be really important as we get through this race.
Yeah, you can say that again at the very least. Track position obviously key, and like you said, it is a championship race, so drivers have to worry. Some are obviously coming out here for the glory of winning the prestigious event in the PEC. Others are just looking for the season-long reward, be able to hold on at this point here. And again, with how Ryan and Eli were talking about earlier, right now, at least in the weather conditions, you can see fog rolling in a bit. And obviously at the nighttime, it can be very lonesome on a road like this, kind of just driving around, just waiting for action to kind of play out here. So right now, again, drivers just getting into a rhythm here. You know, they got well over, still a little bit under, and by the time we are done, well, half the session will be over. But they still got plenty of time to kind of just get in their laurels and don't make any major mistakes.
And as we take a look at the weather as well, we've got the track and ambient temperature set at 19 degrees. It's been like that for the past hour or so. So the track and the ambient matching and also fairly chilly. 98% humidity in the air. That's why we're seeing a little bit of fog on the horizon. And the wind is coming in from the 255 degree marker. So that's about a westerly wind coming in at 23 kilometers an hour. Just a very light breeze. And it's also got some cloud cover. It's a little bit of overcast. So in addition to all that fog, we also have some clouds overhead. So that's kind of the scenario with the weather at the current moment as we take a ride on board with Hendrik Ibsen. And as Bobby Crivelli mentioned, one of those teams that need to be in a very particular spot at the end of the race in order to clinch a championship. This is one of them. Ryder Engineering Esports need to finish third in this race. They are currently fourth.
And it's worth noting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. This is obviously the new Jitters, at least in a partnership here. But I was just going to say there.
Oh, sorry. We just had a bit of an accident happen on track while we were talking about the weather and Ryder Engineering. I think it's between a GT car and potentially a GTP. No, it might be another GT3 car. So this is Iordinen Zvedanov. Sorry about the pronunciation. Whoa! Getting a little bit of a loop.
Gonna have to three-point turn it out of there.
And then we also had another one as well from Matthew Sales. Different part of the track, I believe. This is the Porsche for Team FFSR. Going real hot into that kink and just barely saving it. Oh, just slamming the wall. But you saw just how much of a twitch that car had. Take a look at another angle from the interior. Just going real fast in this right-hander, and you're going to see it step out on the curb. Yeah, just stepped out on the curb, trying to regain control, locking it up, boop, into the tire wall.
Just a touch.
That's the sketchy part there. When you lose it and you're just a passenger at this point, you're just hoping you don't hit something. And, well, in that case, he did. And now the question is, how badly did he end up hurting his prototype right there?
That is one of the fastest parts of this track, right in that corner. And it's also one of the most concentrated sections of corners. So getting loose on that first entrance corner, going that fast with your car, it's got to be a butt-clenching moment to know that you have to make that turn at the next moment and somehow slow down your car enough.
At the same point, you're holding on to the drivers as well. Obviously, you're driving right now, but if you put the car in a bad spot and the driver, let's say, taking a break right now, not knowing, next thing you know, they wake up or they come back in and see a big old dent on the car, it just puts more pressure as well. Like, you feel like you have egg on your face.
On top of all of that, in the number 50 Project Valorous car, currently in the overall lead and the GTP lead, Jeremiah Kaiser Kai is now in the car. So they had their pit stop on lap 186 and did a driver swap, got some fuel, got some tires, and now they're back out with a 30-second lead ahead of Magic Arrow. Meanwhile, in other Project Valorous news, Hugo Valentin is coming just out of the pits and coming out of the pits in 6th, being put back to that position by Inosis, who passed him about 30 seconds ago.
Speaking of that driver change, that, to my knowledge, is a new driver for that Project Valorous car. That's something we're going to start seeing at this stage in the race. This is the midnight hour of the race, when everything is cool, when everything's dark, so naturally the cars start to spread out from each other a little bit. So a lot of teams, we know a lot of these teams are running 4, 5, sometimes even 6 drivers. And a lot of these teams are going to see this hour of the race as the get through it stage. So they're going to be putting their amateur drivers into this stage of the race, because just to get them through that stage and what they view as the easiest part of them for it. So that can have multiple factors. We'll be seeing a lot of new faces, a lot of people that aren't used to driving with other names on this track that haven't gotten drive time yet in the race, as well as a lot of amateur drivers that may be potential to make some mistakes.
You think it's the easiest part, but obviously someone that is kind of, at least when friends, driven in the night stint of a 24-hour or 12-hour race, I should say, at Sebring, it can be a bit on the sketchy side when you're not knowing what's going on around you, especially with the low visibility at certain parts of this track. It can always be a bit intimidating, to say the very least. If I was personally team principal, I think I would at the very least want my rookie drivers kind of being in the early morning hours, per se. Some spots, at least, where they can kind of see visibility to get their feet wet. But when it's this night and this dark, you have to be even more on your senses to make sure you hit your marks, because sometimes it may be a bit hard to really find those visual cues that you can use to really get a good lap around here.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Bobby, I think he was mentioning rookie drivers as kind of a relative situation here, because Project Valorous, their entire team is stacked. From what I've heard, a lot of them are very fast. Jeremiah Kaiser Kai, not necessarily a driver that I had pointed out to me, but is, like, just by judging his movement on the wheel, I'm going to move the timing tower over here, and you can see some of his wheel movements, very precise, very smooth on the wheel, maybe a little bit of over-cranking, but beyond that, I don't think Jeremiah Kaiser Kai is necessarily an amateur. It's just, compared to some of the faster drivers on the team, certainly one of the slower ones, and potentially maybe one of those less comfortable in traffic, so regardless, this is one of those periods of time where, you know, you want drivers who are consistent. Consistency will probably matter here more than pace, especially with those nighttime hours dragging down the visibility.
And certainly this fog that is rolling into the track isn't going to help whatsoever.
It is thickening up.
Yeah, it is thickening up. It's rolling in really quickly. This track is already so poorly lit. And with these long straights down this track, that fog and this low light environment could potentially be subject to some action in the later stages of this race.
Yeah, as we can see here, again, we're just kind of cutting around cars here, battling. As battles kind of, even though, per se, you still got to be on the very cusp of making sure, because even when it's this late, you still have to be on the cusp of it and make sure you keep your nerve and hold on. As, again, you see right now cars battling, getting around here. As you can see, gaps begin to shrink up, and there is this other issue as well when you get to the point with traffic, and obviously most cars kind of get out of the way if it's a GT with an LMP, obviously it's not for position, but it's worth noting, at least on that point as well, you got to be respective. And we see this battle kind of raging on here for 11th in class, as they're just trying to get it going on here.
This is the battle between XBD Racing, GTP, and Focus Racing. XBD Racing taking their pit stop in lap 175, whereas Focus Racing took their pit stop about 7 laps prior to now, and GT3 traffic now becoming a factor here. It's a pretty rough spot to meet some traffic in those Porsche curves. There's not really an area to safely pass there. So both cars getting actually slowed up there. But in the Focus Racing car would be Giancarlo B. Paixão, I think it is, and Felix Manzanetto in the XBD Racing car. Cadillac versus Porsche, America versus Germany.
We see this battle of Cadillac versus Porsche very common over in the IMSA series in America. It's not so much common over in the European series here at Le Mans, but it's still a staple of a fight. And it's very interesting to see how these two cars compare to each other on such an iconic track as well.
Same point, obviously both, even like you said, don't have as much pedigree in the European section as a rivalry here as much as in the IMSA and the Relay section of North America. Both countries do have had success at Le Mans throughout history. So both, again, kind of slugging it out here again, just trying to see what manufacturer is, I guess you could say nation's manufacturer, is better at the high banks of Le Mans.
Circuit de la Sarthe, of course, played stage to a countless awesome racing battles here. And this battle is just for 11th here, or at least you would assume, but some of these battles can be fought pretty hard towards the back of the field. This is currently the closest 4-position battle on the track right now. You see Felix dipping into the corner just behind Paixão in the Focus Racing Porsche. And I gotta wonder, I'm not super familiar with GTP racing. I'm not super familiar with prototype racing, but how much of a factor does aero push come into account in these particular races?
It is a huge factor. If anyone was watching the Spa race, the World Endurance Championship Spa race, like earlier today, you know that through Blanchimont, a car could be cutting this amazing run on another GTP car going down into Blanchimont, but would immediately lose it as soon as it went through Blanchimont because of how bad the aero push is. Here at this track, we're not going to have too many opportunities to have bad aero push. As we see the Cadillac going to the outside of the Porsche, I think that's going down to Indianapolis. He'll have the inside there going really wide into the corner, but he may get that move done, but the Porsche still sticks it out. He'll have the inside to the next corner. See how this plays out. Will the Cadillac do the over-under? Nope, the Porsche will take the position, and that will be the Porsche's position going into the Porsche curves. Speaking of the Porsche curves, as I was saying, the Porsche curves are going to be where we're going to see the most amount of aero push. That is the highest speed corners where you have the most amount of following between GTP cars. So that's where you'll definitely notice it. Here in the nighttime, it won't be that much of a factor because the track is really cool as track temps with the tire temps that you can get as we see them coming up on a GT3 car in a really bad spot. But track temps have a big factor on your tire grip, and if you take tire grip away, as the Porsche pulls over for some reason, probably got a slowdown going through the exit of the Porsche curves. But track temp will have a big factor on your tire grip, but in the later stages, those night hours, it won't have that much of an effect, but later in the day, aero push in some corners can be a very big factor.
At the same point, kind of seeing the car maybe got the slowdown there, had to let the car go by. You have to also worry about, obviously, we're still not halfway yet in this race. You do have to worry about the incident limit and the incident points as well. If you're not too careful, you can end up racking up and get penalties or even possibly put yourself in the disqualification zone if you're not careful. And obviously, it could be a lot of ways away for some of these drivers, but you don't want to end up making slight mistakes, slight issues here early on, or at least in the middle part of this race, and put yourself maybe in a back foot situation where you may be having to battle hard later on here. So it looks like we're riding on board. As you can see here, as the car goes to the heads up to the long straight here and just join the nighttime cruise.
To that point, as you just saw going through Tetra Rouge right there, that is one of the biggest places to possibly get a slowdown or an off track in this track. That is where you push it. One of the places you push the car the most so that you can gain the most amount of times. The problem is to not get a slowdown or not get an off track. You have to have very specific car placements in these areas. Something like one wheel, you have to have at least 2 wheels on the racing surface or have your car on the racing surface. In this high fog environment, it may not be as easy to see that car placement outright and judge if you are taking the corner right to not get a slowdown. So these drivers are going to have to be really careful, maybe take it a little bit easy to avoid doing that. As we see the Cadillac going again, the Porsche, going again for the move down the inside of the second chicane down the Hundreys, and the Cadillac kind of cuts the Porsche off. Oh, and the Porsche is off. The Porsche is off.
That might have been some contact. There might have been some contact with that. I think we'll have to take another look at it. But the Cadillac actually had to fall backwards because they got a cut penalty. Missed up the first chicane, and then heading into the second chicane side by side. It's a very risky corner to be side by side in, and we saw an incident there. So we'll rewind back just a little bit and see if we can figure out what happened here. Slow it down here as they come into the corner, turned in. Yeah, the Porsche just a little too far inside, slams the curb, gets the car unsettled, and I think the Cadillac may have actually body checked them a little bit, so we'll take a look at that real quick here.
From that angle, it looks like the Cadillac pushed the Porsche onto the curb, so the Porsche had no choice. There was contact. A little bit more room, but there wasn't much room. The Porsche almost had no choice but to go straight over those curbs.
Yeah, and at the same point, visibility obviously plays a factor there as well, like you were just talking about, and it just kind of played the factor there, and at the end of the day, both cars end up a little bit of worse for wear. Obviously, the Porsche a lot more than the Cadillac.
In another situation as well, Hendrik Ibsen went off track as well, so we'll take a look at this. Probably just a minor occurrence, maybe a cut track. No, they spun in the same area.
Same incident. He hit the curb.
Yeah, was trying to get around that car for obviously not for position, but just trying to get around there, and ended up making a slight mistake there. And luckily, again, has a little bit of breathing room with his time, but still, you don't want to make mistakes like that. Luckily, he didn't hit anything.
And Ryder Engineering really don't want to be doing this either. They want to be finishing third at the end of this race in order to clinch a championship from here. So this is the last thing that they would want, and thankfully, no damage on the car, so they can keep it moving forward and didn't lose a whole lot of time in the grand scheme of things, but they still did lose time. And also as well, I believe a car might have jumped to pits. I'm going to see if I can find a reason why that might be. To rewind a little bit. I'm not exactly sure why this car in particular jumped to pits, but I'm not seeing it. So Maurice Doncree for that particular team, I believe it was which team was it? Oh, I had it and then I didn't. I think it was one of the GT cars jumping to the pits, having an unfortunate situation there.
I can say right now, looking at the side screen, he has manually disconnected, so whatever the reason is, it was not clearly an internet issue because it would have been a connection drop there. So whatever plagued the 323, we'll see if we can find something. I'll see, checking the replays here, see if I can find something here to report on. But yeah, that just absolutely stinks, as you don't want to see that happening for whatever reason.
Speaking of the Ryder Engineering entry, just to give a little context to anyone who wasn't here earlier in the race, the Ryder Engineering car, as this is the championship race, came into this race leading in the points. But it is fighting the Project Valor's number 50 car and the Magic Arrow number 55 car for the lead of its championship. The Ryder Engineering car needs to finish third or higher in order to secure those championship points in the current positions that the Project Valor's and Magic Arrow are. Project Valor's is leading, Magic Arrow is second. Ryder Engineering is currently fourth. So they either need to find a way to get into that third spot to win this championship, or they need to be fortunate with a bit of misfortune from someone in the top three. If anyone in the top three has a little misfortune, that's the Ryder Engineering that goes straight into third.
sometimes you gotta hope for misfortune sometimes when you run these races. Obviously with such longs, you hate to do it. You hate to be that kind of person sitting behind the wheel and be like, all right, I need bad luck. But sometimes you just need to have that happen. But sometimes at the same point, other drivers are hoping for the same for you. So it's kind of a love is war situation where you kind of sometimes wish for bad things to happen, at least a little bit, try to give yourself a good chance to do what you need to do. Up to the leading car in the GT3 AM situation right now, about 46 seconds clear of the second place car here, which is well over a pit stop's advantage at the very least. Running away with it at the very least right now. But again, any mistake or slight mistake, like we've seen cars kind of push a little bit too hard, or if they get a little bit too complacent, it could easily lead them in a situation where they have to try to get back on the back foot, because we've seen it time and time again through endurance racing in real life. Obviously, car problems and breakdowns aren't going to be as component here, obviously, unless you get damaged. But there's easily that point where you may get in a little bit of a lax situation and then leave yourself vulnerable when the sun rises.
And Vladislav Shopov, just going to interrupt you really quickly. Negative Delta Simgear BG team in the Porsche had a bit of an off track. We'll take a look at that really quick. Currently sitting in 9th. Heading into the right-hander just a little too fast, a little too deep on the brakes. But controls it very well, keeps it off the wall, gets it really cleanly out of the gravel and back straight with a safe rejoin. So just a very minor incident there for Vladislav, but certainly enough to make you clench the cheeks a bit.
Certainly, that may just be a product of the midnight hours, as we keep saying. He may have just, that particular corner going into the Mulsanne corner is a particularly hard corner to get your braking zone, your braking point, right? There's, for the GTP cars, I know there's a fence on the inside post that usually a lot of people use as a braking point. But obviously in the nighttime, it's pretty hard to see that fence. So we can see this being a product in the nighttime hours of these drivers just not being able to see things properly, and maybe also being a little bit tired. They've been racing for a while. They've been racing for what, 11 hours now, and that tiredness and might set in, as well as for most of these drivers racing in their homelands. It's the middle of the night for most of the people in Europe right now, and so the natural factors as well as the strain of the energy of racing for so long may start to catch up to some of these drivers.
And that is, it is proven as well that, like, just staying on track and keeping your car running is all that you need, because in the interim of you talking about driving in the nighttime and trying to stay alert, Vladislav Shopov has taken the negative Delta car ahead of Sam Rose, a GTP car that has retired earlier in the race. So they just passed the TeamRedX.com SimSport 806 for overall position. And now they currently sit in 22nd overall, 9th in class. So 9 positions above where they started on the grid overall, and 7 positions above where they started on the grid in class. Overall, Negative Delta has been doing really well so far. Meanwhile, in the interim, as we take a look somewhere else, we've got Patrick Gannon here in the Mercedes RPM Racing. Currently sitting in 5th, only 3.5 seconds or so ahead of Hugo Valentin in Project Valorous Academy in the GT Pro class. We've seen these two drivers go head-to-head before, and it was a pretty spicy battle. Or no, I think I'm thinking about a different team. I'm thinking about Stramenti, I believe. But RPM and Project Valorous in proximity to each other, and Valentin trying to chase him down in the 253.
Yeah, but chasing down is one thing, passing is another at the very least, and obviously this track's not impossible to pass it. We've seen a lot more circuits these cars have gone to that have made it a lot harder to pass at. There are plenty of opportunities to make passes, but at the same point, though, with the effects of the air wash, and obviously with the multi-car racing, when sometimes you maybe catch into a battle at the wrong point, can definitely play a factor. right now doing the good job trying to run it down and try to make it happen. But right now not holding, because he right there going around the high side right there, almost clips the grass there, but a good move by the 76 machine to keep 4th position. Oh, still in 4th position to say, but make sure it does not end up under threat there in a bad situation.
And they did just get passed, actually, by Alessio Benino, sorry. 07 Racing GTP putting Ryder Engineering 1 spot further away from the position they needed to be. Ryder needs to be in 3rd to clinch the championship, to win this championship. 07 makes the pass on them as a result of GT traffic getting in the way. But it's possible they could fire back because they're closing in the braking zones.
Yeah, this battle's going to definitely spicy up here, and we're going to see how it all plays to raise out here. Again, braking zones could be the situation to hold out to make something happen here.
07 car certainly just got very big fans from both the Project Valorous and the Magic Arrow team. They are going to be their savior. They've got it in front of the Ryder Engineering car. Now, Project Valorous and Magic Arrow are going to be praying that he stays in front of that car.
Well, watch this battle. It looks like something may have happened to, I think, the 234. As I think he may have got rear-ended by something, so we have to take a look at that in a second here. See exactly what happened here. Here's 234 Kevin Nugent from Lithium Motorsports.
Oh!
Big shunt coming down the straight. Don't know who that is, but that's a big shunt.
That is a weird way for an accident like that to happen. A very weird place for an accident like that to happen.
I have to take a look. That is a Acura behind. That is Jens Hohmann from the German simracing.de. They're in 3rd position.
In 3rd place.
They're in 3rd position, so they may have developed damage from this. Obviously, the BMW coming off from going wide and getting right in the middle of the track. A very poor decision-making from the Lithium Motorsports team there in the BMW. And that could affect the GTP race for the rest of the 12 hours that we have to go.
Worth noting, 234 did just come out of the pit lane in that situation. Obviously, he doesn't really give us much context to the accident there, but at least noting that the 234 did just come out of the pit lane, now has to be towed right back. So just heartbreaking for the 234. Now the question is, we were talking earlier about sometimes you need bad luck. Well, that may have just opened a window for the 76, but the 76 just lost the possible transfer spot to the 23.
Meanwhile, we're taking a look at the battle for GT Pro 5th place here. Hugo Valentin actually getting past RPM Racing with Patrick Gannon at the helm. So Patrick in RPM Racing Mercedes sitting in 6th with the Project Valorous Academy Mercedes sitting in 5th now.
I have a feeling that pass might have been added by either a mistake from the RPM Racing car or by some traffic interactions, because the Project Valorous Academy car wasn't that close behind when we last saw them to be able to make a move. So I have a feeling that some outside factor was involved in this.
While the battle for 4th rages on in GTP, those are 2 of the closest battles that we've seen on track, and now Alessio Benino is going to be going into the pits. So this means Ryder Engineering goes up into 4th. And on the other side of things, Jens Hohmann, who had that collision with the BMW, the Lithium Motorsports BMW, is 48 seconds ahead of Hendrik Ibsen in the Ryder Engineering GTP. We'll have to keep an eye on this and see if that interval does go down, because there is a possible issue with top speed in this Acura as a result of that collision there.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the iRacing gods decide to reward or disreward. I guess I could say how they deem that to the very least, because that damage is minor. It can only affect maybe slight performance or slight downforce. If they got really lucky, maybe you've got basically nothing. But obviously, we'll get a kind of a clue. We'll have to get, like you sort of saying there, at the very least, keeping an eye on their time, see what happens. It looks like another incident happened here with the 7, as they're coming through the last couple corners here. And obviously there's the pit lane entry right there, coming off the last corner here, and they went a little wide and then looped into the big shunt on the guard right there, and obviously a few cars there. Yep, take a face of action there, get it back around, a big old shunt on the front end there.
Talking about the German simracing.de car, not only do we have to see how the iRacing gods rule on this in terms of top speed, but we have to see how the league admin rule on this, because that potentially can be an action, that accident can be an action that can be ruled on for a penalty. So if this third place entry gets subject to a penalty, a stop and hold penalty, a drive through, whatever, that could hand that third place position right to the rider engineering, seeing what that gap is right now.
Alessandro Izzo now taking over for the 07 Racing GTP. And in 6th position, the Old Firm Racing Purple. Going for a new driver as well. Kevin Jaillet, I believe is how you would say that, in the number 10.
Driver changes are very important at the very least. Make sure you get the right, like we were talking about earlier, getting the right driver in the right situation can definitely help a team out, maybe make time. Because again, this race is still not even halfway over yet, so you got to make sure you get the right drivers in the right situations to give yourself a fighting chance when the crunch time eventually comes on. So we're still focused on the 11 here, Jeans Hoffman for German Racing, or German Sim Racing, I should say, as they're just riding around here and currently sitting in 3rd. But again, we'll see the stewards maybe have an inquiry about their incident with the 236.
Talking about getting the right driver at the right time during this time in the race, that will become particularly important to the GT3 AM class. That class has drive time regulations to that class. And so that team may want to get, the teams in the GT3 AM class may want to get a little bit savvy with how they use their drivers. They may have put their top star drivers in at the beginning of the race, and now they got to give them a break and they can't use them so they can have some drive time at the end of the race. Or, as I mentioned previously, they may want to start putting their AM required drivers in during this time so they can get their drive time out of the way to let the pros, as I guess you could call it, do the heavy lifting at the beginning and the end of the race.
Meanwhile, in the pits, repairing all that damage from the incident we saw earlier, Kevin Yuen with Lithium Esports, I'm seeing that there is a new report rolled out, so it's actually on behalf of Lithium Motorsports. A file was reported, or a petition was given to the stewards for that particular incident. Their perspective on it, I can understand their perspective on it. That German Sim Racing, or German simracing.de had some time to lift, but we'll have to see how the stewards rule on that particular scenario and determine if any penalties are doled out at and to whom, if there are any. But currently taking a look at 2nd place here, kind of sitting in the background. We haven't really talked about this team very much. Mostly because they've kind of been sitting on their own, racing their own race in GT Pro, but sitting in 2nd is a 266 BMW of Carbano Esports JD GT3 Pro, being driven by Ruben Lorente Jr.
He's the only BMW in a sea of Mercedes around him in that top 7, you could say. So he's in kind of alone here at the very least, crashed the party at the very least with the other German manufacturer. But it's kind of worth noting at the very least, sometimes it's better to be a bit sneaky, better to be a little bit under the radar so they don't really think much about you. And right now they are doing that perfect job right now, kind of just being under the weather and being under the radar until eventually they can strike like a Viper. So I don't think that's really a bad thing. We haven't said much about it. We can see him go over those corners very aggressively. And obviously hope they don't get any suspension or curb damage because of that. But at the very least, it's always not a bad thing to sometimes be under the radar, because if you just lurk, eventually you'll strike.
That's the common phrase in this type of race, and they're just keeping their nose clean. And sometimes that's the most important part of this race. What they're doing and what they're able to do kind of running by themselves, they don't have to put pressures on themselves of having to defend from someone behind or having to attack someone in front of them. They can just run their own race at their own pace, what they feel comfortable with, so they can keep their nose clean. We know it doesn't matter what place you are at 11 and a half hours into the race. It matters what place you are 24 hours into the race, and they are doing what they need to do to make sure that they're in the best position they can be 24 hours into the race.
They don't reward trophies for being at the first position at hour 14, so you got to make sure keep your nose clean and make sure you're in contention at the end. As we move to 234, coming back out of the pit lane here. The race not done, but obviously that extra time on the pit lane having the incident, they got to get themselves out of that hole and see if they can dig themselves out of it.
And I do believe, if I am seeing this correctly, the verdict was that the scenario between Lithium Motorsports and German Sim Racing was that it was a racing incident. So Kevin Yuan going a little bit wide, heading onto the Mulsanne straight, and coming back on to the track suddenly in front of German Sim Racing. German Sim Racing didn't really have enough time to react to that. It's just an unfortunate scenario of racing, though, and both drivers are now back on track and ready to keep on rolling as we take a look at Hendrik Ibsen with Ryder Engineering now in the pits.
Yeah, they avoided the wrath of the stewards, but obviously they could still be damaged. 76 now pitting, so at the very least that spot should flip back over possibly, and they will end up falling back. I believe the P5 here, as you see the 20 now on the straight, that will be a pass poor position, and that will put the P76 now having to play catch up again to get back to fourth. Remember, a top three seals them a championship, so they got to keep their spirits high here and not let that discourage them.
Yeah, Hendrik and Ibsen had just left the pits as we started taking a look at Alessandro Izzo in the 07 Racing GTP. You can see they're both in the same shot, both within the same sector. Very close together, actually, about 7 seconds separating them. So Hendrik Ibsen on cold tires right now. Alessandro Izzo, last pit stop for that team, 192. So he's on warm tires, full fuel load. Meanwhile, Hendrik Ibsen, brand new tires, a little bit cold, and also on a full fuel stop. Got a lot of work to do for Alessandro to be able to catch up.
You can see from the cockpit view that we're riding on with right now, just the serenity that nighttime has right now. Going down the Hungaries right now in the long dark with the trees on the side of it can really get yourself lost in the moment sometimes. And a lot of drivers really prefer driving in the nighttime because of this exactly. They just prefer the ability to focus, the pleasurability almost of driving in the nighttime. Little to no light, just tunnel vision almost. And you can see how a lot of drivers really can enjoy this just by watching this camera footage right now.
Of course, a very serene, peaceful environment to host a race. Not sure that people would necessarily agree with the concept of peaceful and serene, given, I believe it was last year's or was it this year's Circuit de la Sarthe? I think it was last year's, where you had a NASCAR running around these streets here, about twice as loud as every other car on the circuit, keeping some of the people in attendance awake through the night. But certainly for me personally, as a North American, those are sounds you can sleep to. A loud V8 rustling through the trees, echoing through the hills, like nothing better.
You know,
absolute lullabies.
It'd be quite funny if possibly another iRacing year or two, or at the very least, someone gets the bright idea and gets in the relegations to run like a Gen 6, or they even scan the Project 5-6 car into the actual simulator. So who knows? Maybe one day we'll be hearing those V8 sounds flying around the Le Mans circuit.
What's ironic about talking about all these sounds and the loud V8 sounds and loud engine sounds that the Caddy in particular can produce, there's actually a golf course right on the inside of Mulsanne Corner. And so you can only imagine what it's like trying to tee up your shot with your 9-iron on a nice little par 3, and all of a sudden you just have NASCAR Garage 56 whipping by you down the straight.
Things where I think personally you'd want to be on the golf course that day, not because at that point you're not playing for the purpose of wanting to get a good score. You're just like, all right, you know what? This is just the environment I'm in, and I want to be in it at this moment. So it's more of a, I'll sacrifice a few strokes of my round in order to ensure I get to kind of feel the moment, if you will.
It does seem like the fog, not to change the subject, but certainly the fog is rolling in a little bit. Getting a little bit thicker, not enough yet to necessarily dampen on the driver's visibility, but as you can see, some of the cars further off in the distance, the headlights getting a little bit muted by that fog cover. Still 98% humidity, and that wind just a slow crawl out of the west. So, as long as this fog doesn't get any thicker or start developing into precipitation, this could be a fairly smooth sailing for the drivers. But if it does get a little bit more thick than this, not only are our drivers going to be driving in through the nighttime, but they're also going to have to deal with fog too. We take a look at Patrick Gannon in the RPM Racing PT Pro. Just in the background, coming just barely in a shot, was the AZR Motorsport car driven by Diogo Teodoro in the number 220. And just ahead, 7 seconds ahead, is Project Valorous Academy. So there's about three cars in the GT Pro class in some proximity to each other, about within a sector.
It's where, again, in those situations where you kind of get within a sector, it puts the hair on the back of your neck, knowing, all right, we got a chance to get a position, gain a position, maybe lose a position. So it puts you on edge, or at least puts you in a situation where you know, all right, it's game time. Kind of like dangling a piece of raw meat in front of a shark or a tiger or a dog. Pick the animal of your choice. But yeah, it just gets you motivated to go hunt down the target in question. But at the same time, if you get that bit of a tunnel vision, you could also be more prone to mistakes.
Speaking of mistakes, Alessandro Izzo in the 07 Racing GTP got a few notifications of an off track. See him passing a GT3 car here. Oh, going off track. Oh, no.
That's a hard impact.
That's the front clip right off. You can see the lock up there in the tire. That is just right into the barrier, and looks like it was not drivable back the pit lane.
Yeah, we'll take a look on the onboard.
He just got offline trying to pass that GT3 car, got offline, missed his braking marker. The two combined, he just went way too hot into that corner. Once he got into the second part of the bus stop, he realized he was too hot, and all he could do was just stomp on that brake and go straight.
And the big problem here is because the front clip came off, can't see a thing. They had to jump to pits. There was no way they were going to get that car back to the pits with how dark it is out there. So they had to get towed all the way back to pits as a direct result of losing that front clip and losing all their lights.
And even if you could limp it around, obviously you're a safety hazard at the very least of your low speed. So even then, you don't even want to risk more penalties, wrath, off tracks, whatever. So it's better just to take the 2-minute hit, try to fix it up, and get it back out there, than risk more wrath than that would save.
And might I remind you, that car was one of the cars involved with the Ryder Engineering positions. That car was one of the cars that was ahead of Ryder Engineering. So with that car crashing, Ryder Engineering is back up to 4th. So all they need again is one more position, and they're back into the position they need to clinch that championship.
There's a lot of things that can happen over the next 12 and a half hours. Jens Hamann in the German simracing.de GTP at number 11 had an incident with the Lithium Motorsports BMW, but seemed to have gotten away with it. We thought that might come into a factor for the Ryder Engineering battle for third, but it did not. Aaron Avener and the Magic Arrow 55 car in GTP has been doing a fantastic job. This team has been shot for shot with Project Valorous until just recently, and it seems like Project Valorous, speaking of which, coming into the pits, we've been talking about their pits, the differing pit strategies between Magic Arrow and Project Valorous, and these are the three cars, German Sim Racing, Magic Arrow, and Project Valorous, that need to fail for Raider Engineering Esports to be able to succeed here and win the championship. But if this does not happen, and I'm pretty confident it won't, because Valorous and Magic Arrow have been on one this entire race, but if it does happen to either of them, Ryder will be celebrating, and if things just stay the way that they are, then Valorous and Magic Arrow can keep the fight between themselves for the championship.
If I may interrupt you, we just got big news. The number 396 Unlucky Luck racing car, one of the cars fighting for the lead in GT3M, has been disqualified from this race. They've been disqualified from this race because they only had gold drivers present. Now that car is an AM car, and thus have regulations on how much drive time gold drivers can have in that car during the race. And obviously only having gold drivers in that car, you can't meet those drive times. So they have been disqualified from this race.
That's a really unfortunate scenario to be made aware of halfway through a 24-hour race. That has got to be absolutely frustrating, but it's got to be a weight off the shoulders of Lithium Motorsports Amateur in their Porsche. The 334 Blake Aaron now finds themselves in second place.
Free promotion, sometimes it hurts, it happens to others, but you'll take it when you can get it. But yeah, just obviously a gut punch, that team getting disqualified right there.
For Lithium Motorsports, they're probably thinking you take some, you get some. They got in that crash with the GTP car, and they didn't get ruled in their favor, but they had a car in front of them disqualified, and they get a position out of it. So that's what you have to do in this type of race, and endurance racing in general. You just got to give and take. You got to take your losses, and you got to make sure that you can take advantage of anything you have given to you.
Oh, you had a little bit of a mix-up. Lithium Motorsports have two cars. Their BMW is racing in GT Pro. That's the one we're looking at right now. And then they've also got, as I mentioned before, the Lithium Motorsports Amateur car is a Porsche. But regardless, the team overall has multiple cars in this series. So one of their cars having a problem, the other car is benefiting from some other car on another team having a problem. Kind of chaotic scenes that only endurance racing can provide.
Yeah, you don't see that really in other sanctioning series that are not endurance racing that you would see, because usually if you see a disqualification, it would be at the end of a race or at a middle point. You wouldn't see it really in a situation halfway through a race with that much of an effect. So yeah, the joys of enduro racing right now, I think we're getting magically close to lap 200, about in a lap's time here, as these cars are just flying around this track.
And we're taking a look here at Diogo Teodoro in the AZR Motorsport, taking a few chunks out of that interval between AZR Motorsport and RPM Racing. Take a look at the battle box on the bottom right of your screen there. The 210 versus the 220. Both of them pitted quite some time ago. AZR probably going to be the first to dip, and they are. AZR going into the pit stops, going in for service, just as they were closing in on RPM.
That's one of the most frustrating things in this type of strategy race, to have your strategies offset from your opponents, and you know you're gaining, you're faster than the car in front of you, and you can just reach out and touch them, only for the fuel light to come on your car and you gotta pull into the pits. That has one of the most frustrating things that can go through a driver's mind in this type of race, but you just gotta know that when the strategy comes back around, you're faster than him. You've made inroads on that driver. You made inroads on that car, and once it comes back around, you'll be able to get them.
Speaking on some pit stops, Alessandro Izzo for 07 in the pits. Ruben Lorente Jr. also just coming in as Diogo starts coming out. So another stint for Diogo Teodoro. And that's about it for pit stops this run around so far. We'll probably be seeing a few more from the GT class.
Officially, we are on lap 200 of this 24-hour race.
And this 24-hour race has been controlled by Jeremiah Kaiser Kai in the Project Valorous car for quite some time. This is still his first stint within PEC, I believe. But that being said, Project Valorous has been swapping leads back and forth between Magic Arrow and themselves, but due to the pit delta and the pit cycles being offset from Magic Arrow, it could be confidently stated that Project Valorous has basically been leading from start to finish.
Had a domination throughout the whole day so far, and obviously, again, I was saying earlier, you could dominate 20 hours of this race, 22 hours of this race, but it doesn't matter unless you take the checkered flag at 24 hours. So right now, doing what they need to do, keeping it up front, but they can't get too complacent right now at the very least, or else they may make mistakes. They could open the door for cars behind to capitalize, like 55 Porsche, for instance, currently sitting in second right there. About a minute back, just again, if something happens, ready to capitalize.
And that Project Valorous 50 car has certainly been having quite the dominant race so far. But there was a lot of concern for that car in early stages in the race regarding the fuel strategy. In main retrospect, it was its teammate, the 51 car, who's no longer in the race, that was able to out-fuel save this car. And there was a lot of concern on whether this car, as an Acura, could save as much as its teammates. But so far, with its competition that we're being able to capitalize on that type of fuel strategy, not being in the race anymore, they've been able to capitalize and just driving their version of their race and just being up front.
The Acura has been absolutely fantastic throughout the entire race. These Acuras are really pretty looking cars on the outside and the inside. That Cosworth wheel, I think something like that Cosworth wheel is actually available to put onto your sim rig for something like, oh, I don't know, a pretty penny of about $20,000. If you're feeling frisky and up to it. Meanwhile, though, elsewhere on the track, I think Ruben Lorente Jr. might have had a bit of a situation here in the Carbano Esports car. Yeah, cold tires. He just came out of the pits. Just getting the backwards slid, but not around anybody. No harm done, no damage. Just a little bit of a spooky cheek clencher.
Yeah, those cheek clenchers can definitely, again, be a situation where, again, no harm, no foul, but it can always be worse. So luckily they got refired up, and keep that in the back of your banks. Next time you put fresh tires on, you gotta be a bit more cautious on the exit pit lane. Right now, still focused on the 50 here, working the way through lap traffic here, just getting themselves in a good spot. Again, now a minute clear of second position. Just riding around right now, and that will cut to fifth position in the RPM racing of the 210.
Dr. Gannon, another one of those drivers just running his race at the moment. Currently in a little bit of no man's land. He has a 30-second gap in front of him and a 50-second gap behind him. So he's just able to run his race, run it at his pace, and that's ultimately what you need at this stage in the race, this late in the hours of the day. You don't need to be having a quick drive. You just need to get through these hours of the day and be consistent and save your quickness, save your aggressiveness for the end of the race. Because again, it doesn't matter what place you are halfway through the race. It matters what place you are 24 hours into the race.
As we approach the halfway mark of this race here at Circuit de la Sarthe, we'll take a very quick refreshment break, just to wet our whistles and eat some snacks, but we will maintain coverage throughout this break, while Bobby, Kevin, and I take some drinks, get some snacks in order. We will maintain visual picture, but until then, we will see you in just a few moments. and welcome back to PEC coverage of the European 24 here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Jeremiah Kaiser Kai currently in the lead with Project Valorous, number 50. Overall lead, class lead. This team has been dominant in this class the entire time, basically. Meanwhile, Fabio Ponta in the 07 Racing GT Mercedes, first in class for GT3 Pro. And Thomas Burling now sitting in on the Slippers Racing Team Mercedes, first in class for GT3 Amateur. And as an update for those just tuning in, which team was it again? I believe it was Unlucky Luke. The number 396 Ferrari was disqualified sometime before we took our break as a direct result of them having way too many gold drivers and not enough silver drivers, which meant they were never going to meet the driver stint requirements and were disqualified halfway through this race. A very disappointing result. You know, almost, how many hours was it? 11 and a half hours, or approximately thereabouts, that they had completed before being disqualified for not being able to meet those driving standards. Very disappointing situation, but certainly not for our class leaders here today, with Thomas Burling, Fabio Ponta, and of course, Jeremiah Kaiser Kai.
You know, all three of these cars don't really have much to complain about this race. They've all been having really, really strong races that have not had too many incidents in them for all of them. And as well as for the racing mind of all of them, they could be quite happy with the little bit of argy-bargy racing that all three of them have been able to have during this race at some point. So they should be happy with the results and really are just in coast mode at the moment.
That's, again, a double-edged sword. They're in coast mode, which is great, and obviously they'll have a switch probably in their mind when they have to pick it back up. But if you get too complacent, again, it could really be your downfall. But right now, they're still doing what they need to do. So now we focus on the 55 of Aaron Avener in the Magic Arrow 55 as they're the car in second position. But again, they've lost a little time here. Last time we checked, they were about just under a minute. Now they're just over a minute. But they're not losing a lot of time hand over fist, though. But again, one little bad stop by the 50, one mistake, they'll be back in this thing. So just, again, keep the nose clean. Don't make a problem that makes it an easier path for the 50 car to get this win.
A few storylines we have been focusing on throughout this race. Rider Engineering Esports been up and down a little bit. Just before we went to break, Rider Engineering needs to finish in third to win the championship from here. And every now and again getting passed by other cars or passing other cars. They found themselves in fifth for a period of time until a Cadillac that was sitting ahead of them, the 07 Racing GTP car, driven by Alessandro Izzo, took a trip off of the chicane and into the wall, breaking the front clip and potentially the steering. So now they find themselves back and forth, but they need third. So German Sim Racing, Magic Arrow, and Project Valorous probably getting a little twitch in their eye from some of the hoping and praying that Rider Engineering is potentially doing. On top of that, I do believe Fabio Ponta, currently driving the 201's 07 Racing GT. This team just needs to register a single point in this race to be able to claim the championship, and they're sitting in first. So a very pretty little sitting for them, very comfortable in the lead. And then finally for the 334 GT3 AM, they need to finish in fifth or better in the amateur class to get their first GT3 amateur championship win. And sitting in second, they seem to be doing very well to achieve that goal.
different teams and different. It's someone that's been a driver before, not his endurance, but other things. When you need certain situations to play out, different drivers in different situations and different teams have different rituals to kind of get themselves motivated. Maybe they think brings good luck and good charm. Obviously, in the real life examples like rain dances and everything else, and maybe try to get something to go their way. I wonder right now, again, obviously we're now just officially over halfway done this race right now, as we've just hit that magical time. But it makes me wonder if as we get closer, maybe the 76 team, because right now they're not in a championship clinching situation, unlike the other two cars we talked about. I wonder if right now the team itself, the other drivers, are trying maybe bargaining, trying some strategies to try to get some luck to go their way here at the very least. Because again, they got a fast car, but right now being a little bit of ways away from the magic promised land of the 11 being about 37 seconds back, they're going to need at least a little bit of help if they want to try to get back in that top 3. And it makes you wonder if they're maybe doing some kind of spiritualistic things to try to motivate something to happen.
We know, and you can see in real life endurance racing in particular, race car drivers are very superstitious breeds, but endurance racing drivers are incredibly superstitious breeds. And that's for good reason. With this type of racing, when you have 24 hours worth of racing, as we see cars in the positions that they are in right now, you need a sizable amount of luck for things to go your way. There are tons and tons and tons of things that are not in your control. And so there's a good reason why endurance racing drivers are quite the superstitious breed. And being quite the superstitious breed, they end up developing their best strategies to help themselves the best. And so you know that some of these drivers are going to be doing whatever they can. They've got 12 hours left in the race, and they are going to be deploying every single trick that they have out of their back pocket to get things to go their way.
And you see that as top-level sports, a lot of sports, whether it's racing or the team sports, or the individual sports, drivers, athletes, whatever, have that superstitious kind of ideology. At the end of the day, if it's a ritual or something, it makes them think that they're doing well, or maybe even it may actually even help them. Who knows? But at the very least, it helps them get to that level where they can perform at an elite level.
Meanwhile, speaking of the elite level of racing and endurance, we're seeing Nicholas Gessner in the Magic Arrow 56 GTP in 7th, trying to chase down Deadbolt. I believe it was Deadbolt? No. Are they being chased down? They're chasing down. Yeah, they're chasing down Charlie Monroe in the Deadbolt racing car. I believe the battle for 6th, if I am not mistaken.
It looks like it is. Again, I'm checking myself. I think that is the battle for 6.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
6 and 7.
Cadillac versus Cadillac, so there are no manufacturer advantages. As we see the Magic Arrow 56 had this great run going into the second chicane down the hundreds. He's going to pull down to the inside to try to make that move. He's going to squeeze as much as he can to the outside and gets that move done. Very good racing from that Magic Arrow, as even he goes a little bit wide on the exit, but he keeps it all in wraps.
Respectable, clean. You like to see it at the very least.
You can just see how much fog has descended on the track. Not enough to affect the driver's vision yet, but enough where you can't quite see towards the end of the straight. Some of the headlights getting a little bit muted by that fog. These low-lying clouds hovering over the track. But easy please, Magic Arrow 56 makes up another position and heads straight into 6th.
It's a long ways away from P5, but again, he'll easily be made up if necessary.
Time being made up. Now we see the Old Firm Purple Racing, number 10, being brought in. That's Alexander Cartier being brought in. They're going to be taking a pit stop, getting some fuel, some tires. Won't be enough for Magic Arrow 56 to maybe catch up and pass them, but certainly going to drop the interval down a little bit.
Yeah, could motivate could motivate to go a little bit faster, but again, not going to be a position loss. Safe pit stop, they'll keep the position when they come out.
Magic Arrow 56 can always still hope for a cold tire accident for that number 10 car. That 10 car has probably changed tires and will be coming out on cold tires. So with that gap that has decreased from the Magic Arrow, that number 10 car is going to have some pressure on it. So it may just push the limits just a little bit too far. And Magic Arrow will always be able to hope on that.
And as we mentioned that, Magic Arrow 56 actually pulling into the pit, so now Deadpool Racing getting that position back. Heading down the start-finish. Meanwhile, up ahead in 5th, heading through Mulsanne Corner, I believe, onto Mulsanne Straight. That is the number 10, weaving through traffic.
Sorry, I gotta correct you. It's the Hundery Straight. Everyone always calls it the Mulsanne, but the straight's actually named the Hunderys.
Oh, well.
You learn something new every day.
Was it ever called the Mulsanne Straight?
Everyone calls it the Mulsanne Straight because Mulsanne Corner is on the very tip of the corner, as well as right here, right about now, actually, as they're transitioning. They are no longer in the city of Le Mans. They're in the city of Mulsanne now. This track is actually so large that it spans 3 different cities. So right as they pass the first Daytona chicane, as it's known now, going down the Hundreds, they are in Mulsanne, city of Mulsanne, and that's why people call it the Mulsanne Straight, but the real name is the Hundreds.
A pleasant education from Bobby Crivelli. I appreciate that. Like, I knew Le Mans was very big. I knew, rather, Circuit de la Sarthe was big, but I was completely unawares that it actually takes place through 3 cities.
Yeah, right after you pass what's now known as the Daytona chicane, you go into the city of Mulsanne. Right as we go right here, we're in Mulsanne Corner. As that car goes really deep on the brakes.
Whoa!
Oh, it almost collides with another GTP.
Could you call
That
cold tires
was
on that one, or cold brakes, maybe at the very least, for that pit stop?
A mixture of both, as well as it's a new driver, so he may have just, in the dark and in the fog, not been able to see his braking point. That braking point, again, is very, very hard to see. Going back to what I was saying, though, we are going to be entering into Indianapolis and Arnage. As soon as we enter into Indianapolis, right around here, we are no longer in the city of Mulsanne. We are now in the city of Arnage.
Actually, that GTP we saw flying past the number 10 was the 4th position car, Ryder Engineering Esports, piloted by Hendrik Ibsen, and that means that Old Firm Racing Purple has been lapped by the 4 cars on the lead lap. So Project Valorous, Magic Arrow 55, German Sim Racing, and Ryder Engineering are all the only GTP cars on the lead lap here.
That is going to be a breath of relief for the Ryder Engineering car, knowing that the car immediately behind them is a lap down to them, knowing that it's going to take something pretty mighty to go down another position. So it just gives them a little extra bit of comfort, a little better foundation to start chasing down the 3rd place car.
As we just finished mentioning Ryder, they're now in the pits, taking another service. Ahead of them, Patrick Gannon also taking some service. We'll have to see if Patrick Gannon remains in the car or if he's going to be swapped out for someone else, but he has been in the car since I believe I started commentating here on ABN 2. Gonna stay in the car.
It really makes you wonder, and obviously, Bobby and Strix, you can comment on this as well if you have some experience, but it makes you wonder how, especially being in the sim that long, at least on this point, driving this thing around, I wonder how you stay focused at this point, because at some point, obviously your adrenaline's still running a bit, but at some point, unlike in a real race car, where you have these sights, the sounds, the smells, everything around it, sometimes in the sim, sometimes you can maybe get a little bit disillusioned, if you will, and it makes you wonder how these drivers can sometimes stay focused through these long stints and keep the times going as fast as they do.
I can speak from personal experience here running endurance races with that exact thing. I've run stints up to 5 hours at some times, and it is definitely a challenge. But what you end up noticing sometimes too as you get later and later into this race, maybe around your second or third stint of the race, you actually just get tunnel vision. You no longer are having to think about what you're doing. You're just doing it, right? You've gotten into such a rhythm, such a familiarity with the course that you aren't even really thinking. You're just reacting and doing it, and that can be a good thing, and that can be a bad thing. It can serve up and reserve more mind space to manage traffic, but at the same time, as we've been talking about since we got on the air, it can lead to complacency. And so sometimes you really need to find a way to stay focused. You need to find a way to not become too complacent, not become too familiar with what's going on in the track.
I can also speak a little bit from personal experience, having done a little bit of endurance racing a few years ago as well on iRacing, that especially driving in the nighttime, at least for me personally, there's something relaxing about endurance racing during the night. You know, at that point, everybody would have been gotten themselves familiarized with their cars and would have spread themselves out and space themselves out enough that you could just kind of sit down and focus and run your own race. So, I can't remember where I was going with the conclusion for that. But Jens Hamann is in the pits now for German sim racing.
One way... Go ahead.
I was going to say P3 car. Remember, we saw him get that little shunt earlier. Now back in the pits. We'll see if they try to fix that car just a bit after that run-in with a 2-3-4.
Speaking of ways to focus yourself, one way a lot of these drivers might end up doing this is, if you're like me, you can be quite the competitive Czech. And so even if you are maybe, who knows, maybe like a lap down, you're focused on, okay, I am going to get that lap back. I'm going to drive up to that car in front of me. You're focused on, maybe your ego drives you to, okay, I need the fastest lap of this race. I'm going to focus on running the fastest laps of the race. There's a lot of different ways, a lot of different people do this. It just depends on what type of person you are. And so overall, drivers have to come into these endurance races knowing themselves very well, knowing what they personally need to do to keep focused. And ultimately, you're not going to succeed in endurance racing if you don't already come into it knowing all of those things about yourself and knowing what strategies you need to use in order to stay focused.
While just leaving the pits, Lars Watzig for German sim racing. Going to be taking the 11 car out for his first stint of the race, I believe. Sitting on the podium. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the field, AZR Motorsport starting to catch up once again with RPM Racing, just a second behind. You can see the Mercedes they're chasing down just in front as they head down the start-finish straight.
Look at how much curve all of these drivers are taking. That's a big part about getting lap time at this track. This track has so many what you can almost call cheat codes to this track. So many different ways that you can cut the track in this way, cut the track in that way. Get a little advantage by pushing the limits here and there. And so that's how some of these really pro drivers get some of the lap times that they do, just knowing the cheat codes of this track. And that also speaks to the time of day that it is now. Like we talked about earlier, how with the fog and the low light, for off tracks in particular, it's hard to see your reference points and see where your car is exactly. And so at this stage in the race, depending on the driver, some may decide to take it a bit easier, not take the risks of taking as much curve or going as much off track. But for some drivers, if they try to throttle it back, that's when they're going to start making mistakes. Their rhythm is pushing it to the limit as much. And again, that just goes back to, in endurance racing, you gotta know yourself. You gotta know what strategies you need to use to succeed.
Yeah, that's where experience really pays off, and drivers that have this experience around this track, done countless hours, countless laps, they know what they need to do in those situations, really make it work. So experience, it may sometimes be a cliche, but sometimes experience pays off, especially in the clutch times, and especially when we get later on, you're going to save your most experienced, your most best drivers. It's kind of like in track where there's the anchor of the team, the anchor. You want your anchor at the end, and most likely your anchor is sometimes your fastest driver that can run the hot laps, but also your most experienced, you know, has got a safe pair of hands that knows how to get the most out of crunch time.
While you were speaking as well, Diego Teodoro having a bit of a mistake cutting the track and needing to serve a time penalty on track. So slipping just a little bit further behind from RPM, and we've been seeing this a lot between AZR and RPM. AZR will start catching RPM, start catching him, get close, get within a second, and then a mistake happens and they have to drop back a couple seconds. At some point, you kind of have to sit your driver down and be like, all right, let's focus up. Don't start getting too ahead of yourself. You need to make it to the guy before you start passing him.
And speaking of anchors, that's a big part of this type of racing. Every one of these teams have a team manager of sorts, but also every one of these teams should have at least an almost elder sorts of person that can sit down to the drivers, know how to talk to each specific driver, know what the personalities of each specific drivers and how to get to them, and be able to, while that driver's driving the cars, we see, oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was a class-on-class battle, but know how to get to specific drivers and what will get to them and what will calm them down even as they're driving. And to speak to that too, again, it is in most of these people's homelands where they're racing from right now, it's the dead of night. Some of these drivers may not have that anchor to their team available to be immediately in their ear, and that may affect some of these drivers as well.
My teams plan these out the best they can in these events, kind of get the lineups the best they can. Sometimes things happen, real life things occur, and you have to have drivers be flexible in certain situations. As we obviously don't 100% know the whole lineups and the laydowns, but we know for a fact, at least if we did an exit interview for all the teams running here today, bet you at least one of them would say, yes, we were going to have this one driver at this one stint, but because something happened, another driver had to go a little longer, or another driver had to come in after all. So overall, unlike kind of in real life where there's at least a little bit more kind of uniformity because everyone's at the track, everyone's doing this, here obviously in the virtual land, obviously things can be different factors that you wouldn't see in real life.
And that could be where some of the sob stories end up coming, where a driver ends up crashing the car and no one ends up being around, or a driver has a wheel fail on them and no one's around to take the car, or tons of different things. And that's the types of stuff that happens this late at night, that something can happen and the team's just not prepared to take up on it because real life stuff happens.
Mm-hmm. And at the same point, obviously, that's why some teams that maybe have a little bit more, I wouldn't say maybe diverse, more different people from different homelands in situations can kind of use this to their advantage. Because obviously, some of us being on the North American continent at the very least, it's only, depending on time zones, at least early evening to evening right now, in comparison to people in their home countries more in Europe, since it's more of a European series and all that, would have the situation where obviously it's dead of night. So sometimes having those different drivers from different backgrounds can really play a factor in these certain situations, as we see battle raging on here, I think for P6.
It's see the wipers come on a little bit. Lap the wipers around. Not sure if that means rain's popping down, and it says that the weather is still overcast, so I don't think we're planning to see any rain yet. I haven't been able to check the forecast, but we are seeing AZR Motorsport right behind RPM Racing. As I mentioned before, AZR has been able to get on the back bumper of RPM so many times and just make so many mistakes or have to go into the pits and cut the battle short. But we might see an on-track battle between RPM and AZR.
I'm gonna go weatherman mode for a second. Sorry, just cut you off. I just want to finish the weatherman report here at the very least. I'm not seeing anything indicating rain's on the way, at least the next hour or two. So I think we'll have dry conditions. You can see a pass here raging on as the Merc is going to go on the inside and make the pass successful.
Those wipers may have just been iRacing even before we got the Tempest update and we got the rain in iRacing. it still had an encoded function where the wipers would randomly trigger if the windshield was particularly dirty. So that may have just been that code enacting at that moment.
Very interesting, because a couple years ago we would probably just assume that, but now with the rain in the forecast, you never know when a few little sprinkles may pop out. So at the very least, I've just got to keep that in mind.
I don't know if anyone else just saw that, but that was very sketchy between the AMG, the Mercedes AMG, and that passing GTP. GTP was coming up on the two AMGs, trying to pass in the Porsche curves, and the lead AMG went over to take his racing line right in front of the GTP, and the GTP had to duck out of the avoid. It was almost a very, very bad accident right there.
That's a risk of catching traffic at the wrong time, or obviously a car on a faster, obviously GTB car catching the GT3s at the wrong point, and at the same point that can easily affect the battle there, play a bit of a pick that could either help the car trying to attack or help the car trying to defend, and also make the life a little bit miserable for the GTP depending. Because most GTP drivers are kind of in the mindset when they're catching a car is just hold a line, I'll work a way around you, and obviously that's what the sporting code kind of says to a degree. But at the same point, when you're in a battle, you obviously got the fast speed. You can't sit around forever, but at some point you got to try to make a move, and it can always be a bit sketchy depending when you catch it. You obviously want to catch all your traffic on the straights where you can just zoom by, but sometimes you just don't get that luxury.
In multi-class racing, you have to particularly remember that there's two sides to this story. Each class in this race is trying to have their own race, and there we saw it perfectly. We saw a GTP car coming up across two battling GT3 cars in a very bad place. Both classes have their own invested interests. The GTP car wants to get around them as quickly as they can, but the GT3 cars wants to make sure that they're not slowed down enough that they end up losing a position. So that's where this multi-class gets really sketchy sometimes, where these drivers have to know how to invest their own interests in their own race, but also have how to work together as both classes keep a safe race.
Speaking of safe racing, Project Valorous still up ahead in this race. Jeremiah Kaiser Kai keeping the car clean just as every other driver before him has in this race. Number 50 car has been on an absolute tear today. Stellar performance from this team, as well as Magic Arrow 55, who have stayed within earshot for most of it, and has only been slipping back over the past few hours of racing, but still on the lead lap. And we've only just gotten past 20 minutes beyond halfway through this race. 12 hours and 20 minutes into this race, so anything can still happen. But as of right now, Jeremiah Kaiser Kai seems to be floating along just nicely in the Acura. Elsewhere on the track, Lorenzo Castellani took over for 07 Racing in their last pit stop a few laps ago, sitting in the 201 in first position. 07 in the GT Pro class just needs to collect a single point to clinch a championship. They're sitting in first, so they're more than happy about that. And they'll probably be focused on just keeping the car clean and bringing it home. Meanwhile, in first, Thomas Burling for Slipper's racing team. This team was going back and forth with Lucky Luke Racing up until the point that Lucky Luke actually got disqualified. The Ferrari actually had way too many gold drivers attending the race, and therefore were never mathematically going to be capable of meeting the driver time requirements. So, I believe it was the 396 of Lucky Luke Racing disqualified, and since then, The mirrors have been all clear for Slipper's racing team.
A bit of a breather, not having a Ferrari breathing down your neck. Obviously, again, you rather beat him on track, but sometimes you just take the advantages that are given to you. And to kind of finish that point, speaking of that 399, who just needed a point here today, at the end of the day, yeah, you can sometimes get in by the skin of your teeth to win a championship, but there's pride in winning the race and clinching the championship by winning the race. There's just that little extra cherry at the top. Obviously, championship feels good regardless of how you win it. You're not going to complain that you won a championship by finishing last because it's a season-long award. But at the end of the day, it still feels right proudful to cap the championship off with a little win.
Meanwhile, Jeremiah Kaiser Kai steps out of the car excuse me. I got Project Valorous mixed up with Ryder. That's my bad. But I believe Ryder had a different driver and recently took a pit stop and put Josh Tucker in for the 76. Ryder Engineering, as we were talking about, 07, just needing a single point to clinch a championship. Ryder needs to finish in third. They need just one more position. They've been up and down, third, fourth, fifth. Lots of things happening throughout this race, but Ryder needs one more position. They need something to happen to these three drivers at the top of the leaderboard to be able to win this championship from here.
Even if mainly we didn't have bad luck, obviously they're about 37 seconds back of the third place car. Just slowly chip away at that over the stints. You could possibly reel in it. It's obviously a tall axe to do that, but it's not impossible still with half this race left. Just chip it away slowly, and who knows, maybe you'll get in, but obviously having some bad luck for one of those three cars will definitely make that road a lot easier.
And that weighs heavy on the conscience of particularly the Project Belarus car and the Magic Arrow 55 car. Those are the two cars that are fighting for that championship right there. Those are the two cars to win the championship. They need the Ryder car to stay where it is. And the best way for the Ryder car not to gain any position is if you don't let them gain any position. Now, the easiest way to let them gain a position is if you make a mistake. So all the drivers, not just driving the car right now, but are going to drive the car later in this race, that is going to weigh heavy on their conscience, knowing that they can absolutely not make any mistakes because that will be the easiest way to hand the championship to the Ryder Engineering Esports car.
So as we approach 12 and a half hours into this race, we're going to take just a quick break here for the commentary. Get some extra drinks if they need it, some snacks, and take a little bit of a break. We've been chatterboxes for about the past, I have been a chatterbox for the past few hours, and Bobby and Kevin Young coming in sometime earlier, like an hour ago?
Well, you came in at 7.
Yeah.
It's about an hour and a half, yeah.
Yeah, so about there. So we'll be taking a quick break, but we're going to maintain video coverage of the PEC European 24 here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Don't go anywhere. The commentary will be right back, but the picture will stay the same. And the commentary is back. The PEC European 24 at Circuit de la Sarthe. I'm pressing the buttons behind the booth. Producer Amity Pulsatrix alongside Kevin Young and Bobby Crivelli. We'll be continuing broadcasting up until ABN2 goes offline, where we'll be switching over to ABN1 for continued coverage of this 24-hour race. We are 12 and a half hours in, almost 12 and 3/4. Currently following Jeremiah Kaiser Kai and Project Valorous, the number 50 car, the Acura. They've been controlling this race pretty much from the start. Had a few switches back and forth with Magic Arrow 55 through differentiated pit cycles. But currently, Project Valorous is in the driver's seat for GTP class. Meanwhile, Lorenzo Castellani now pumping into 07 Racing GT in the 201, sitting in first for GT Pro. And then Thomas Burling still in the Slippers Racing Team Mercedes for GT Amateur. The 399 car sitting in first. And not having a whole lot of competition after Lucky Luke Racing got disqualified for not meeting driver requirements. So as I mentioned before, I'm joined by Bobby Crivelli and Kevin Young watching this all unfold. And I gotta ask the two of you, we'll start with you, Bobby. How do you feel that this top four is going to play out in the top of GTP class? Because we mentioned before we went off break, Rider Engineering needs to be in third. Do you feel they're going to be able to get that position, or are they out of luck?
I feel it's very much possible for them to get that position. Now, whether they're going to get it or not, I don't know. But it's very much possible. Right now, they're only 30 seconds back from the third place car. If they get one of their faster drivers in the car, which I've heard before, they have some pretty darn fast drivers in that lineup. They get one of those faster drivers in that car, light a little fire under their butt, and they can go all the way up that 30 seconds pretty easily. That being said, they don't necessarily need to do that either. All the Rider Engineering esports car needs is one of the top three to make enough of a mistake that they drop down positions and Rider can take in the third. So it really, seeing how the Project Valorous and the Magic Arrow 55 have been driving for this already half of a race, I don't see them making that sort of mistake. But then again, that's in the first half of the race. The energy level, the attrition rate significantly increases in attrition rate and decreases in energy level the more we get into this race. So maybe we could see some unseen mistake later in the race as that energy level ends up decreasing on those two cars.
And then for you, Kevin Young, the 334 car of Lithium Motorsports Amateur, driven currently by Andre Campanalo in the 334. They just need to finish, I believe, fourth. No, they need to just finish fifth or better to win their first ever class title. How do you feel that this is going for you as they sit in second place?
I think right now, again, the mission statement coming into the race, obviously you want to win, but at the same point, it's the championship is the more important thing. It's a season-long adventure. You don't want to obviously risk, don't want to win the battle but lose the war in a sense, going for the win. So I think right now their mission statement, they're doing fine right now. They're doing what they need to do. P2 is just enough to get that title. Obviously, they would like to be able to far up. They like to be chasing down Slipper Racing Team, but you'll take what you can get. And I think they're holding their own right now, making it work, especially in the amateur class. They're making what they need to do. They're holding down the fort, and they're getting the job done. So overall, good job right now. They understood the mission statement, and they're passing right now with flying colors. But with obviously this half a race still go, anything can happen. Drivers make mistakes, blundering out. You can't get complacent.
Meanwhile, while we were off the air fairly quickly here, I'm just going to take a look here. I believe we had a couple off tracks here while we were away. Nick Kirstens in the Sim Racing Sweden Esports Light Mode car, getting a little bit sideways, going for a drift through the Porsche curves, I believe that was. But managing to save it and keeping it off the wall. Patrick Gannon, in the meantime, also had a bit of a scenario earlier on and slammed the front end. So that's why the RPM racing car is a little bit further behind than we might have expected for this team, currently occupied by Chris Tapio. but at the time was piloted by Patrick Gannon. And then Paolo Ernesto having another accident in the Code eSport machine, the BMW. Just getting contact from the rear, potentially net-coded, almost like he was being driven through. Oh boy!
Oh.
I saw those lights. I was getting really nervous, but nothing serious happening there. Just a little bit of a nervous situation, and as well, Nicholas Long having an issue in the RPM Racing orange car in the Ferrari. Through a left-hander. I believe that. Oh no! Are they out of fuel? What's going on here? They just kind of stopped. Oh no, that was a track cut penalty they were serving. That's why they stopped there, probably. Trying to avoid getting a penalty, and they might have just accumulated it anyways. Not stopping in time. So back to the live feed. Jeremiah Kaiser Kai still in first. Lorenzo Castellani still in first for GT Pro. And Thomas Burlake still in first for GT Amateur. So, where shall we go, boys? What cars should we look at here? It's not a whole lot that's close together.
Bobby, you obviously have a little bit more expertise. What are you seeing right now, I think, at the very least? What's catching your eye at the very least?
What's catching my eyes? Oh, sorry. You were talking to Bobby. Never mind. You go ahead.
Anyone can throw it out here.
You can answer too.
I'll throw it out there. Chris Tapio. I mentioned this over the break while we were talking to each other, having some snacks and water and whatnot. I really appreciate that he had the pronunciation guide in his own name, Tapio. Appreciate you for that, Chris. RPM Racing and the number 210. But beyond that, though, probably the car that I find most notable is probably Hugo Valentin. They've been rising through the ranks in GT Pro. They're currently 9 positions up from where they qualified in overall. And in terms of in-class movement, they moved up 7 positions. So within class, they are tied with, I believe, Vladislav Shapov for the biggest movers in GT Pro. But Hugo Valentin is currently sitting in 3rd for Project Valorous Academy. And been having a really good, strong race this whole time. Fairly consistent, no big dramas, no big anythings. And now they're sitting on the podium for Project Valorous.
And for my observation, this isn't really just an observation about a particular car, it's just an observation in general. When we came back from the break, we showed the incidents that we missed while we were on the break, and I think we came up with around 4 different incidents. But you know what you didn't notice in any of those? None of those were multi-class action incidents. Normally at this time in the race, this time at night, when all the drivers' awareness levels are getting decreased, the visibility is getting decreased, and sometimes the ante for some of these drivers to get up and go is getting increased. Multi-class incidents start getting on the rise, and I think this could either tell us 1 or 2 things. It could tell us just the quality of drivers we have in this league and we have in this race, keeping their stuff together, knowing what they're doing, being very mindful and long-term minded to make sure they don't get themselves in a risky situation that will end up compromising the rest of the race. Or we're in for it sometime soon. Sometime soon, these energy levels, these awareness levels are going to get to a critical level where we may start seeing this start happen. So I guess only time will tell to see which one of those ends up happening in this race.
No Old Firm Racing Purple. Now getting another driver change, this time putting in Kevin Jaillet, I think that is. I might be getting too fancy with it, but these are all Frenchies coming into the car, so I'm assuming it's just Kevin Jaillet sitting in 5th. Meanwhile, Nicholas Gessner coming down pit road for service on the Magic Aero 56 car. GTPs coming in for their pit cycles.
They've
Kevin
hit their
Jaillet.
window. that they want to come in here. Obviously, some doing driver switches, others coming just to fill up the tank and get some fresh tires on it. And obviously, the French driver here in his 10 leaving the pit lane. Again, got to be careful with cold tires at the very least, or else could end up spinning it out, as we've seen a few cars do on their trips out of pit lane. But right now, at the very least, it's doing a good job. But obviously, again, with it being night, visibility being poor on the braking, you never know when a slight mistake or a slight rhythm breaker could end up really hurting you.
Not even that, but just with cold tires in general, with the track being so cold as it is right now, because of it being nighttime, it's going to take so much longer for these tires to get up to temperature. So obviously, we all know you got to be careful on cold tires your first lap of the race. But in these conditions, with how cold it is right now, you got to be careful your first lap and a half, maybe your first 2 laps of the race. So you can't let that guard down, because you're just used to the rhyme and rhythm of, okay, 1 lap, I've got my lap done, I can hard charge it now. You can't let that guard down. And some drivers may end up doing that, but so far we haven't seen that happen too much so far in this race.
It shows the expertise and the experience of these drivers here to be able to avoid those mental and physical errors. As we see right now, Felix in the 33, currently sitting in 13th. Come across the line here. Doesn't look like anything major happened, but right now just running his own race here, just logging laps.
Well, something major did actually happen to this team earlier on in the race. They're about 100. Nope, I'm reading the wrong lane here. Let me see. Where's the lap count? Where's my lap count? Can't quite find it. Hold on. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna use my
5 laps down.
5 laps down. There we go. As far as I know, they might have had a little bit of an incident. I can't remember which one it was. I think I recall them coming up at some point, but they're back out on track on 13th, and they're ahead of 2 other cars that have either DQ'd or given up. So, and they're on the same lap as Ryan Harding in the Project Valorous Academy GTP. So there's still some opportunity to be making up some ground here. Meanwhile, I think we've had a couple more incidents here. Orlin Malinov missed this one here, just happened recently in the negative Delta Academy car. Number 381. Oh yeah, it took a chunk out of those curbs. Gets a little bit sideways. A little donut for the fans and starts getting moving. Meanwhile, Nicholas Tong also had an off track here. A little bit earlier or a little bit later in the circuit through the Dunlop curbs. Oh, a little bit loose. A little sketchy in the Ferrari, but manages to save it very nicely for the RPM Racing Orange team. Overall, everybody seems to be having just these, as you mentioned, single car incidents where, you know, they're just making mistakes on their own, kind of having these little incidents. We're not seeing a whole lot of multi-class interference. That's not to say we haven't had any. We've seen a couple incidents between classes, but just not as much as you might expect. Meanwhile, further up ahead, Josh Tucker going to be going into the pit cycle for Rider Engineering. Keep tuned with that to see if they have a driver swap. Meanwhile, Lars Watzig in German Sim Racing DE. This team has been doing a fantastic job so far, sitting in the podium and sitting in the exact minimum position that Rider needs to capture to take this championship.
For Project Verilis and the Magic Arrow 55, that car, the German SimRacing.de car, is going to be their absolute best friends. I would not be surprised if they could teleport a little gift basket onto the team manager's door and just say, do everything you can to make sure that Rider Engineering car does not get past you. They are going to become their best friend, and they're going to do anything they can to make them their best friend.
Josh Tucker popping back out on track. Cold tires, full fuel. Ready to rip.
And obviously there's no incentive for obviously Lars and obviously the team they're fighting, the team they're kind of at the moment strange bedfellows with in the 55, there's that kind of advantage. Magic Arrow and German Sim Race, they have the same IO. They both want to be in the spots they currently are, and at the same point, both want to see the 76 machine stay behind them. Now, obviously, if that German Sim Racing machine gets caught up to the Magic Arrow machine, obviously truce is off. They want second position more than Magic Arrow does. You're going to fight for it. So right now, obviously, your best friend is at 11. If that 76 gets a little too chippy, you can end up kind of making advantage of this, but we'll have to see how it all plays at the very least as this race runs on. But looking at the times, look kind of close right now at the moment between the third and fourth here. Or I'm just totally misreading it. Never mind, I'm just misreading numbers. But the point is at the very least, though, yeah, they have the same IO right now, but that can easily get flipped on its head.
Who is that behind the Rider Engineering? Is this for position, or is this just going to be lap traffic battle? Because if either way, this could get mighty interesting with how close they are to each other.
It is the 56 that's currently in 8th position.
Yeah, so it's not for class position or anything like that, but it could, if they start noticing that one is faster than the other, it could have some potential ramifications.
Yeah, well, because we're talking about best friends here. That is the sister card on the Magic Arrow 55 car. The Magic Arrow 55 car is probably going to be in the ear of the sister car, telling them, get as close as to the rider's card bumper as you possibly can. This is where cheeky racecraft comes into play. Not exactly bad sportsmanship, but not exactly being the most pleasant of driver in the world, where you take the mentality of, I'm not going to drive into him and run him off the course, but if I can get up close to him and just rattle his cage just a little bit and maybe force him into his own mistake, then that's to the benefit of my sister car. So that Magic Arrow 56 car may be getting some calls from their team saying, hey, do what you can, just don't make life easy for her.
Make the road hard for the car ahead. You can get past them even, maybe make a little bit of just get in the mind, try to rattle the cage and play mental mind games. Force the car ahead, force the 76 to consider you a threat. Force them to look at you and say, all right, I'm here. You can't ignore me. I'm right here, and make it so they may make slight mistakes here. Obviously, as we saw the screen that the 11 car actually did come in the pit lanes. Right now, the second place machine as well, which also is in the pit lane as we speak as well. So 2 and 3 both hitting their pit stop windows here as well. Speaking of the Magic Arrow 55, there it is right now as the sister team will actually end up passing them. Well, not for position, but just pass them on track here. So they'll hit their pit lane, stop in their box, see if a driver switch is on the cards or if it's going to be for fuel and tires. But obviously, being a lap down in comparison, things can play out here relatively. It's right now good for the 55 team as they got that a little bit of advantage over the 2 cars behind them.
The Rider Engineering car isn't really getting away from the Magic Arrow 56 car. That Magic Arrow 56 car is still very much staying in his rearview mirror. So we'll have to see how this ends up unfolding in the coming laps.
We've been seeing it's pit cycle time for many of the top 7 in GTP. Magic Arrow 55 making their pit stop now. Josh Tucker going by to try and unlap themselves through the pit cycle. Rider Engineering pit about 3 laps ago now, so they're still good for a while. Meanwhile, Project Valorous pit stopped 11 laps ago, so they'll be soon approaching their pit stop. About 6, usually these GTPs run about 15, 16 laps or so, somewhere around there. We could be seeing him dip in at 225 from the lead. But so far, so good, smooth sailing for Rider Engineering. Would like to see him get a little bit closer to Magic Arrow, to German Sim Racing and see some intense battling, but this is probably close enough. Magic Arrow and Rider, it's just the wrong Magic Arrow, perhaps. Meanwhile, elsewhere on track, Got in position number 5, the Project Valorous Academy car, driven by Louis Gaspar Gas in 253. Mercedes GT3 running through Dunlop curves, I believe. And they're about 9 seconds back from Cesar Cargall in the Enosis Esports Mercedes. So far in the top 7, pretty well every vehicle is a Mercedes except for 2, and those 2 are BMWs.
German domination here in France.
As long as they're not taking a holiday, I'm fine with it.
So here is the Enosis Esports car, the 274, that Louis Gaspar Gas has to try and chase down. Enosis Esports has been kind of up and down throughout the leaderboard during this race, but right now they find themselves up 2 positions in Class 4 overall. So, can't be too upset about that, although they probably would like to get a little extra and get a step on the podium. But they're gonna have to chase down Goncalo Lighty, who is in the Strumenti DS Racing Mercedes, currently sitting in 3rd. We got Joao Jorge from Focus Racing in the Porsche, popping into the pits from 11th. Meanwhile, there was a driver swap in Magic Arrow 55, currently in 2nd in GTP. Norbert Tomas popping into the chair and piloting the 2nd position car. And so far, even though Magic Arrow isn't really in the lead necessarily, they've been having a fantastic race, like almost like a to die for race for me personally, because 2nd position is honestly a great position to just be sat in. You'd want to win the race and therefore win the championship, because that's the situation that Magic Arrow and Project Valorous find themselves in. But so far, both Arrow and Valorous have been running excellent races so far. Their pit cycles are kind of mismatched at the moment, so it's hard to tell who's going to come out on top at the end of the race. So far, Magic Arrow having a clean, smooth sailing for now.
But sometimes you want a clean, smooth sailing. Sometimes that's the end of the day, what the doctor ordered, having smooth racing. You don't want any major hiccups, because hiccups cause problems and problems cause headaches.
Meanwhile, from the lead, Project Valorous are going to be taking a pit stop, and they're also doing a driver change. Ryan Littlemore popping into the number 50. Getting full service, getting the fuel and tires, and probably leaving the pit box shortly. But as I mentioned before, the Valorous still needed to come in for their pit service, and now they do so.
I believe the driver that just stepped into the Project Valorous is the team manager for Project Valorous. So let's see what the rah-rah boss can end up bringing to the table in this race.
The team boss in the team car. Driver-owner situation, so to speak.
Team boss had a hand in picking those drivers, so knows what works best for him and the team in question. So obviously if you're the team boss, you sometimes have to be the team leader. So obviously taking the mantle, getting behind the wheel, going to try to show his teammates or his underlings, possibly depending on how you want to word it, how to go faster out there.
Hopping over to the Daytona chicanes, I believe this is. Heading back onto the long straightaway that takes you through 2 or 3 cities or so. Something like that. Approaching absolutely indescribable speeds on these straightaways here. As we take a look on board, you get to pop out of the chicane and then watch the acceleration. 170, 180, 190, 200. I can't even keep up with how fast this thing accelerates. It's already going 250. Double highway speeds right now, and just climbing and climbing.
You gotta have obviously in real life, you gotta have a lot of nerve getting these things in drive, especially with the G's you feel. Obviously, in the sim world, you don't get those G's, but at the very least, you still gotta deal with the reaction times, be able to get the car at the point and get the car slowed down to hit the points you need to do. So, obviously, it takes a good amount of skill to drive these things and get them around this track quite quickly, and you see it now right on board with the P1 machine. The 5th machine has been, again, this team has been dominating the race so far, and you can see why, as they've just been willing to get that car and plant it around these corners.
And we may not get the G's in these cars in iRacing, but it still is a physical adventure. It's still physically strenuous to do these races. We all know our systems that we have for our wheels and our pedals. Some of us have really, really, really stiff pedals, and some people have really, really powerful wheels. So although you may not be getting the physical G-forces pulling you from one side or another, straining your neck, you're still having a lot of strain on your legs and on your arms, and so there still is an element of human endurance to these endurance races.
Meanwhile, elsewhere on track in GT3 Amateur, we got Oscar Gonzalez in the Carbano Esports GT3 Am. Bit of a mouthful for a name in the Ferrari. Currently chasing down Brack Crouch in the RPM Racing Orange Ferrari, the 211. And this is not for class position, but for overall position. So Oscar going to be seeking to try and pass the pro here. Seem to be kind of evenly matched here, but if I take a look at the last laps produced, Brack Crouch had a 4-minute 1-second lap time, while Oscar Gonzalez had a 3:59. Actually, Oscar gaining a little bit on the pro car.
That's always a part of these Pro-Am lineups, is when you have the Pro-Am cars that are intermingled like this. It's a sense of pride for the Am cars to be able to stick it to the Pro cars and show it's like, yeah, we may be labeled as an Am driver, but we can still race with you, we can still stick it to you. So even though this may not be for position, you know, in the inner mind of the driver behind the Am car, the inner mind, he's thinking, let me just catch this Pro car and show people we can be pros if we wanted to.
That's an ultimate kind of pride and joy, at the very least, that the amateur can upshow the pro, if you will, in this situation. Obviously, in that class for a bit of reason, but again, showing that they can hang with the best of them. That sometimes could be the biggest compliment of them all, is to show that you belong, especially out here on a racing service.
And for a lot of drivers too that are behind the 8 ball, maybe you're 5 laps down, you had an accident early in the race, you're not really in contention to win the race. Sometimes it's a sense of pride for some of these drivers to maybe run the fastest lap, or maybe pass the first place car, or maybe not even pass the first place car, but on pit strategy you come out with the first place car. Just being able to hang with them sometimes that's what has to keep you going. Because again, this is an endurance race. For many drivers who are 5-6 laps down in the race behind the 8 ball, not really racing for anything, you have to find something to keep you going. And sometimes it's just being able to show, if that didn't happen to me, if I wasn't behind the 8 ball, I would be able to take it to you. I would still be in this race. You just, that sense of pride in showing.
Currently sitting in 15th in class. 32nd overall. RPM Racing Orange, not having the most ideal races right now, but currently in position to be lapped by, I believe, that is Pedro Oliveira Vigario in the AZR Mercedes, I believe it is, next to them. Getting the pass done cleanly.
Love to see it.
But currently sitting in 32nd, Brett Crouch, with Oscar Gonzalez just behind. Again, not for any class victory over each other, but for overall position. Oscar currently sitting in 33rd overall. Both cars, or rather, Oscar Gonzalez actually sits 4 above starting position overall in 33rd, but sits 1 position behind where they started in GT Amateur. Meanwhile, Brett Crouch and RPM Racing is sitting exactly where they started in the grid and only 2 positions down overall. So overall, it looks like RPM Racing, Orange, kind of sitting where they are, going a little bit backward. Oscar Gonzalez seemingly going a little bit forward. Elsewhere on track, the 201 of 07 Racing GT Pro, still hanging in there in first. Lorenzo Castellani currently piloting the car. All they need is and just letting the car do laps. They have no reason to push. They haven't been pushing, but that gap to second has still been increasing anyways. Lots of skill in the car there for the Mercedes. And so far, Ryan Littlemore showing a lot of skill behind the car, not just running the team, but also running the car itself in the number 50.
Again, night right now being a very calming experience for most here, as drivers are just kind of getting a feel for things right now. Obviously, again, the 50 team has had pretty much a calm night so far. Really haven't had much of a threat behind.
Oh, hang on. I think we might have had a little bit of an incident here. Chris Tapio actually back on track, so it might have been just a simple spin, but we'll just take a look at this anyways. Here's Chris Tapio in the RPM Racing Mercedes in GT Pro, and yep, goes sideways.
Oh.
We've been seeing this a few times. I've seen it a couple times with mid-engine cars, but that's the first time I've seen a front-engine Mercedes actually spin there. And it's actually a surprisingly difficult corner. It kind of goes downhill on camber. You feel like you're supposed to have more grip than you actually do, and the car just kind of lets go.
That's definitely a sketchy moment in a race car when you think you got the grip, especially those off-camber corners where I got the grip, I can make it, and the next thing you know, the car is spinning and you're just a passenger at some points. Luckily, didn't hit anything, just spun it. Obviously, a bit of a bruised ego, but if that's the worst you got out of that as time loss, most drivers will take that to the bank.
In these GT3 cars in particular, it's really hard to not hit something sometimes when they spin the cars. These cars don't have ABS, so sometimes it's not as simple as just stomping on the brake pedal and locking down your brakes. Sometimes those wheels will have still a little bit of roll to it, so it's almost luck about not hitting anything after you take a spin. Just adding to the sense of helplessness in your feeling. Here we see Oscar Gonzalez getting a massive run on the car in front of him. Looking down into Indianapolis, doesn't quite go for it. Maybe he's going to go for something in Arnage. Just kind of stalking there, just picking and choosing his moment just to surprise the driver in front whenever he gets a chance.
Got a little bit loose on exit, didn't quite get all the traction he wanted. Although it is possible that Oscar isn't putting as much investment in this position as we are, maybe. It is for overall position, not for class position, so he may just be sitting back and doing the smart thing as an endurance driver, just kind of laying back and being like, I don't have to fight this guy, why would I want to? But of course, me being the little button pusher in the back is kind of like, come on, do it, pass him, see what happens. But the 366 and the 211 currently in the same position on track. This is for overall position for 32nd.
Yeah, drivers have one mindset. Obviously, as a viewer, you have another mindset, and obviously the production crew has another mindset. So 3 different mindsets going into situations here. As again, that 366 is looking to maybe get a little poke here, trying to get up the chuff of that 19 to make a pass.
Oscar's asking himself, why should I go for this pass? Because we want you to go for this pass. The commentators want you to go for that pass. That's reason enough, so go ahead and do it.
Look, you'll get the glory and the fame of the internet community that's watching this for the good old 2 minutes, so, or maybe even longer. So, yeah, there's all the incentive in the world to go for it.
I mean, what else in the world matters more than the internet knowing your name for about a minute and a half before forgetting it?
Hey, sometimes.
Or maybe what he's just thinking. Maybe what he's just thinking is like, I know they're showing this little battle. Let me just stay behind it as long as I can to milk my screen time as much as I can.
Hey, get the sponsors happy. Get them back on the car next year. Hey, we had the. You go to the pitch meeting. You're like, we were on screen for X amount of time. That's why you should pick us up. It's not a bad strat. And eventually, though, the only downside is eventually when that does happen, and the pass, like we say, all right, pass is not going to happen, and then we cut away, and then the pass happens. So it's always that risk when you play with that much fire.
I was clicking buttons, and then all of a sudden my timing screen moved around, and then I clicked, and it didn't like that, I guess. But yeah, we're back. Still in the same positions we all are. But I'm pretty confident, like, honestly, thinking about what I would do in this position as an endurance driver. If I'm sitting in 5th in GT Am and I'm behind a GT Pro in 15th, and as I mentioned that, looking on the inside, and that's contact!
Oh, that's close!
Oh!
That is the thing that you wanted to avoid. That is the thing you didn't want to have happen, but...
And he's going to come back at him because he got a poor run out of that corner. Going to come back at him on the outside of what's going to be Mulsanne. See if he can get this move done. Maybe a bit of aggravation in his mind for having that contact going through the chicane. Let's see how he plays this out going into the next corner.
Still just a little bit of fog playing in the background here, but the RPM orange car backs off because the Carvano Esports car just diving too far deep on the brakes. And now RPM Orange is going to get right back into the 32nd overall position. Both drivers probably not very impressed with the situation there. As I was just going to mention, as an endurance driver myself, I'd probably want to sit behind the car ahead, knowing that it's not for class position, and gather some fuel economy, save some fuel from it. But Oscar, of course, going for the content, going for the entertainment value, and knocking some doors here. Both cars stayed straight, but certainly lost some time. Not that there's anybody around to threaten them with that time. Meanwhile, while we were observing this, there was actually an incident elsewhere on track involving a tow job, so we'll have to see what happens here. We got the Audi, I think that's an Audi? Yep, that's the Audi of the Smurf Racing team. David Narbonne behind the wheel in the 391. Oh, yep.
Whoa!
Oh!
That got dug into the fence. That was a hard lick there. Take another look at that from the interior camera. Particular right-hander here is really difficult to get right. It's almost flat, but if you hit that curve too hard, this is exactly what's going to happen. You're going to lose the rear end of it. Got that front bumper stuck into the guardrail, and no way you were getting out of that one. Unfortunate scenario.
Sometimes it's not even the bump, though. Sometimes it's just that corner, the back end gets so light. That corner, you want to brake as late as you possibly can, and usually that's when you get to that curve. But the unfortunate part is your back end just gets so light when you hit the brakes, just the combination can sometimes end in tragedy.
Meanwhile, Oscar Gonzalez gets by the RPM Racing orange car once again. Be sitting in 32nd overall now, RPM orange in 33rd. That pass was not for position, but for overall position.
Wait a second, wasn't Oscar Gonzalez in 5th place? And now it's saying he's in 4th place.
Yeah, because a Smurf racing car that we just saw have a wreck was ahead of them. A very unfortunate scenario, but out of that scenario, Carbano Esports gains a position overall and in class. How's that for efficiency?
Hey. One pass, one position, one everything. Hey, can't complain about that. Very efficient.
Gotta take what this race gives you.
Meanwhile, in the Carbano Esports camp for GTP, Vincente Elara popping into the 66 car for Carbano Esports car, currently in 9th. And elsewhere in GT Pro, the Firefly E-Racing Blue of Sasha Delik, currently sitting in the pits. And David Narbonne, as we saw before, taking a massive shunt into the Armco, the front bumper being removed off of that car. Also sitting in the pits for repairs.
I may be jumping the gun on this, but I'm seeing something come down the pipeline here at the very least. The 274 was just given a black flag for some reason. So, car currently sitting in 4th position in GT3. Could have to serve a penalty here in the next couple laps.
That would be Caesar Cargall in the Enosis Esports Mercedes.
They already absurd it. Might see it down the pipeline here. Obviously, not seeing anything come directly up, but still worth noting at the very least.
Yeah, it's a drive-through for punting that took place about a half hour ago. We'll have to take a look at what exactly happened there. The 274 of Enosis. So if I look through my
yeah, again, I could be very late on the call here. I just saw it pop in my right eye there, but obviously I've not been keeping an eye, and I didn't see anything pop up in your chat per se. So,
nah, again, you're all good. It's all good. That just means that the penalty went through the steward's room. They ruled on it and gave the verdict, and then enacted the penalty.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be popping in for that to serve that drive-through penalty. Meanwhile, I'm still trying to look backwards to try and find where that scenario was that had happened.
Bit of a trucky situation when you have to serve those penalties. Obviously, different series have different rules on how you have to serve it, how long black flag is, and you can see coming down the pit lane right now. I think it's a drive-through or a stop and go. I think it's just a drive-through. Yeah, just drive through down at pit speed and come back out. So could have been a lot worse of a penalty. Could have been a stop, go, hold, what have you, but still basically coming down from what would be a 55 mile an hour slow down to straight for about a good minute and a half is definitely not what that team wanted. They wound up losing a position in that exchange, but still got a long race. Keep the head up, can get that 4th position back if they put the pedal down in the metal.
Fortunately, I looked through. It seemed like the reason was punting.
Mm-hmm.
So hitting another driver, but I wasn't able to spot any incident reports in my timing screen. So unfortunately, I couldn't find a particular scenario being referenced. But Enosis serving that penalty and now dropping into 5th position. Meanwhile, Louis Gaspar, the benefactor of that, sitting in 4th.
And like we've kind of been saying throughout our time on the air, sometimes it's better to be lucky and good. Sometimes you got to take what you're given. And you can see right now, at the very least, taking advantage of that and getting an extra spot.
Not only that, but as a result of that drive-through penalty, now we are seeing AZR Motorsport, driven by Pedro Vigario, catching up to Enosis Esports. About 4 and change seconds behind. See the Mercedes of the Enosis Esports car ahead, and the non-door sill illuminated AZR Motorsports Mercedes just behind.
That car's really been having quite the up and down race today. We were talking about an hour or two ago where he would, I forget what car it was in front of him, but he would get right up to the bump of that car, have something happen, and have to drop back a little bit, and get right back up to the bumper, have something happen, drop back a little bit. But so far, for the past probably around an hour, he's been seeming to have quite the consistent drive under his wheels.
Meanwhile, back towards the rest of the field, as it turns out, Brack Crouch, who got passed by Oscar Gonzalez for overall position, 32nd. Now they sit in overall 31st with RPM Racing Orange. Oscar Gonzalez in 30th overall. So a few positions having changed hands after David Narbonne in the Smurf Racing Team Audi having that incident with the Armco. More and more cars having issues. Just as I say that, I think I see another issue on our timing screens here. Felix Manzanito just getting going again. I think he might have had a bit of a self-spin through a chicane. We'll take a look at it. Into the chicane really fast, way too fast. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, hopefully that wasn't an impact with the wall. We'll take another look. Yeah, missed the braking zone entirely there.
By a country mile.
Whoa, just stops short. Just stopped short of the tire wall, preventing any damage happening to the XBD Racing GTP. They reverse it, turn it around, get it back going again, and almost like nothing happened. Meanwhile, here's a big issue. Josh Tucker and the Ryder Engineering Esports, they need to finish in 3rd in order to lock up the championship. They had an issue just now. Coming into the right-hander here and outbraking themselves.
Oh, was that contact with the wall? No, I don't think
nope.
so.
No contact with the wall here. Wow, lots of people starting to have issues all of a sudden out of nowhere. Here's another issue that just happened while we were watching that one. Kajim Murrieta in the Dead Bull Racing GTP just going off track a little bit here. Seems like everybody seemed to get distracted by the same thing at the same time for some reason, but no damage in either of these incidents. But especially heartbreaking for Josh Tucker. Still got the car on track, and that's all that you really need at this point in time. But they've lost time to German sim racing. And they really need that 3rd position.
Thankfully, in the grand scheme of things, they didn't lose that much amount of time. They lost probably around 15 or so seconds of time, and there's still around 11 and a half hours left in this race. So 15 seconds of time isn't the biggest deal, but they could end up thinking about that if it comes up short by 15 seconds at the end of the race to getting that third place position. You've got to think about, well, maybe if we didn't have that incident, it would have been differently.
Yeah, mental errors like that can definitely tax the soul, especially if it comes out being wider. It's not the end of the world, but if you sit there those late race moments and they can sit on you and really make you think a lot of what ifs from here for a while. So hopefully it doesn't come to that. Hopefully that they can dig themselves out of this, or at the very least it's a moot point. But right now though, especially in these crunch times, especially if you're battling for close spots, if you make a mistake now, it can feel like the world just came crashing down in front of you.
Here's Ryan Littlemore in the Project Valorous number 50. Still sitting in first position for GTP. Driver owner type beat type situation. Still keeping things clean. Navigating traffic smoothly as everyone else seems to be. And something I've been thinking about is how one would feel as a driver owner driving their car while it's in first. Do you feel like there's almost more pressure or less taking control of the car while it's in first place if you're the owner of the team that you're also driving the car for?
That's a good question. I feel that it's on the person themselves, it's more of a pressure. Now, on everyone else around the team, I don't think so. But the person themselves is definitely going to take on more of the pressure in that role. Because as a driver owner, that naturally they have to take the whole team under their wing. The whole team is their responsibility. And by extension, the success of the team is their responsibility. So that almost doubles their personal responsibility when they're driving the car. And not just because of what's expected of you, but because as a driver owner themselves, bearing that weight of responsibility is mostly due to yourself. You take that on for yourself. You elevate your standards. You elevate your expectations for yourself. So personally, as a driver owner, I would be feeling very, very, very heavy pressure of disappointing my team, not because of what they're expecting from me, because of what I expect from myself.
I think I would kind of agree with that point as well. You have the pressure of inheriting a car that's doing good. And obviously, those drivers are trained. Obviously, you don't get in the mindset of getting in a car no matter what stint it is that you are going to stink. If you have that bad mindset getting into a car, you shouldn't be getting in the car at all. You have to believe that when you go on that track, no matter how tough it may be, that you can pull this out of the fire and get a job done, whether it be hold it or gain time. But at the end of the day, I think there's at least some pressure, though, in the back of your mind. But just kind of like, got to get warmed up. Some thrive off this and love it. Others aren't the biggest fans, but kind of grow to get accustomed to it.
And a half hours into this race at Circuit de la Sarthe. You're watching the Platinum Endurance Championship. We're here at the European 24-hour. Currently being controlled by Project Valorous. Meanwhile, in GT Pro, 07 Racing GT has the class lead there. All they need is a single point from this race to clinch the championship, and they're in first, sitting in the bird seat. The bird. There's a saying that means you're in control here. Meanwhile, just behind, GT Amateur John Connor is in the Slippers Racing team. A driver swap recently happening for the 399. And they are in the lead for GT Amateur, have been for quite some time, and this is kind of the way it's been playing out. All of your leaders for each class have been there for a while now, making no mistakes so far, but as we've seen before, that doesn't always last. Sometimes mistakes will happen when you least expect them, and with the scenario we just had happen a few moments ago, about 10 minutes or so ago, we had like 3 or 4 different drivers making mistakes all at the same time. So anything can really happen, but so far, so good for the leaders of GT3 Amateur, GT3 Pro, and GTP.
And what we have to take into account in this situation is that the mistake that ends up maybe having a negative effect on all of our leaders' races may not come from one of them themselves. It may come from some other car somewhere on the track that maybe spins the car and has a bad rejoin, and you're just a helpless passenger in that situation. That's an aspect of endurance racing, it's an aspect of this style of racing. And that's something that all these drivers have to prepare for as well. They have to guard against complacency in themselves to make sure they're not the one to make this mistake, but always be ready to know that the mistake that can do them in can come from anywhere else in this race.
Anyone say Commentator Jinx? Taking a look at Kajim Murrieta, making another mistake in the Dead Bull Racing car. Didn't he make the same mistake at the same corner, outbraking himself?
Yes, I believe he did, yeah.
So yeah, he's not able to find his braking zone into that particular corner, having some issues adjusting to the nighttime viewing issues, but sitting in 8th, didn't lose position, didn't lose too much time to the car behind. It's about 5.5 minutes to the position back. He certainly got time to make those mistakes, but just ahead, actually he did lose a position to Thomas Sengelboef in the FFSR Porsche, currently sitting in 7th. Sitting a 1.5 seconds ahead in 7th. So actually, Kajim did lose a position through making that mistake. So it's something that Dead Bull Motorsports or Dead Bull Racing is going to have to think about in the future. Just calm their driver down, like, hey, you got this. Just focus up and keep the car clean. That's all you need to do. But Thomas Sengelboef keeping it relatively clean and keeping it in 7th. I'm trying to figure out how to say his last name because it's French, but I have no idea how you would even pronounce that in French. I feel like it's about the same thing.
I took a couple French classes in high school. I think the last word would be like boeuf, something like that.
Yeah,
Sengelboef.
Is it Song La Boeuf?
It could be Song La Boeuf. Yeah.
No, it would be spaced out. I don't know. Well, a very interesting name you have, Thomas. I appreciate you. No disrespect.
Honestly, if I took an attempt at it, I feel like I'd be barred from the country from France. So I think it's best I don't even attempt it.
So you say you are, at least in regards to French names, waving the white flag?
Knowing their history,
Again, no disrespect. Again, no disrespect. Maybe a little bit of disrespect. Meanwhile, we're looking at the number 56 of Nicholas Gessner in the Aero 56.
It's the inner Canadian coming out of you.
You know what? Yeah, that's right. A little bit of Canadian in me popping out, just a little bit. I feel like the French would probably have similar feelings towards the Quebecois, though.
Most likely.
There's not real French. Speaking of the French connection, Kevin Jaillet in the Old Firm Racing purple car in the number 10, sitting in 5th. About 3.5 minutes behind Hendrik Ibsen, who's taking over in the Ryder Engineering Esports car, and just as we mentioned, taking over Lars Votzwig in the German simracing.de GTP car, sitting in 3rd. Going to be doing a pit stop. Not totally sure if there's going to be a driver swap, but Lars has been in the car for quite some time, so it may be time for one. Meanwhile, Norbert Thomas in the Magic Aero 55, sitting in 2nd. And 2nd in GT Pro, Carbano Esports JD GT3 Pro. We haven't been speaking about, we've been speaking about Carbano Esports a little bit, but their GT3 Pro car seems to have kind of gone under the radar. Currently piloted by Alberto Moreno S, but sitting in second position. A catbird seat. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. That's the phrase. Anyways, 266 sitting in second. With Carbono Esports, kind of just sitting there pretty.
That's exactly the type of race you want to be having at this stage in the race. Right now, as we've been saying the whole time we've been on the air, this stage of the race is just to get through it. It's just to get through the night, relax in the night, just drive your race and just cruise. Leave the hard charging, the beginning and the end of the race. You can't get to the end of the race. You can't put yourself in a position to charge the lead at the end of the race if you don't just get through the night. So flying on the radar, having this calm and smooth of a race is a huge plus for this team.
We're in GT Pro. AZR Motorsports chasing down Enosis. About a second back. Enosis previously had a drive-through penalty for punting. So now their position under attack.
Was one of the closest ones we have on the circuit at the moment. It's a 220 trying to get around that 274 that answered that penalty a little bit ago and is now just trying to dig themselves back out of that hole. And now again, AZR, who benefited from the penalty that the 274 had to serve, now trying to get back around here. So it's given kind of new life for the 220, and now they actually have a chance to fight against that 274.
But we've got to remember the rest of the race as we've been on the air. The AZR, every single time it gets up to the back of another car, it always makes some sort of mistake. They've been having a smooth race for the past hour and a half because they've been running by themselves. So let's see if they have the ability, if they have the consistency right now to stay tucked in behind this car for enough time that they can get up to the back and possibly even pass this car.
And you know what? I've mentioned it before a couple times when this scenario happens where AZR gets close to another car. And as it turns out, it's happening again. Oh. They just made the pass.
Yeah.
Other way around. I think the car ahead got a slowdown or something.
Potentially. Well, easy as you please. As I was going to mention, though, AZR seems to find themselves in class battles as soon as they need to pit. And we did see in the battle box there both cars are looking towards pitting soon. It's lap 234, and both cars pitted around 199 or 200, depending on where you are. So, looks like to be another situation where AZR catches somebody late in the stint and then pops into the pits. Does seem as though Pedro Vigario is putting some distance between the Enosis Esports car. That's pretty much all she wrote at this point. The Enosis Esports being left out of the draft by now. If not getting a very, very minimal amount of slingshot from the car ahead. And it seems like with every corner, the 274 Mercedes is just losing time to the car ahead. So we are approaching 13 3/4 hours into this race. 24-hour race at Circuit de la Sarthe. If you're just tuning in, my name is Amity Pulsatrix. I'm joined here by Bobby Crivelli and Kevin Young on ABN2. Our coverage here on the second channel will end fairly soon here, but the coverage of PEC from Arrowhead Broadcasting Network will not necessarily end here. It will continue on ABN1 under the guidance of Carmen Sienna. Thank you for tuning in, and we appreciate you watching PEC, the European 24. Platinum Endurance Championship has been a fantastic watch throughout this entire season. We've been seeing a lot of storylines play out, but here are some of the primary ones we're taking focus of. As Ryan Littlemore pops into the pit stop, pops in to do his service, Ryan Littlemore's team, Project Valorous, has been controlling this race from the beginning, and if they stay in this position, if they stay in control of the race, they will have locked up the championship. Meanwhile, if they make a mistake, Magic Arrow 55 is there to pounce on the opportunity, and if they themselves win here, or at least finish better than Project Valorous, I believe, they'll take the championship. And then just behind them, Hendrik Ibsen remains laying in wait. Ryder Engineering just need a third position finish here to claim the championship for themselves. But that's going to be a hard task to achieve with third place sitting at 2 minutes in front of them. Meanwhile, Lorenzo Castellani in the 07 Racing GT locks up first position for GT Pro. And in this particular scenario, all that 07 needs to do for their GT Pro car is to just get a point. And currently they're maximizing their points, staying in first. It's about as good a position as you would ever want. And John Connors currently sitting in first for the GT3 amateur class for the Slippers Racing team, which has been controlling first in the amateur class for quite some time now. And before we go on a break, let's just see one little incident last before we go back to our break. Diogo Faria has a little bit of a scenario once again on that right-hander. Oh, no!
Oh!
That is a much bigger scenario than I thought. I did not see a crash notification, so I figured he just spun, but that is a tremendous impact. We're going to be riding on board with this. Almost like he got
that curve.
Yeah, it's almost like he got loose before he even touched the curb in the first place. If you take a look here, taking a look back. Yeah, it's almost like he turns in a little bit too hard and it just whips the car loose, tries to save it, and pops both of the right side axles, or the wheel hubs, right off of it. So a significant crash for Diogo Faria. And that's going to put them further back in GT Pro for Strumenti DS Racing. Meanwhile, we're going to take a short little break here, but don't go anywhere. We'll maintain our video feeds while we get a couple sips of some drinks and some snacks, and we'll be right back with a little more commentary before we head back to ABN1. And we are back for PEC coverage of the Europe 24, the European 24. 24 hours of Circuit de la Sarthe here for Platinum Endurance Championship on ABN2. We're just getting to a close of the ABN2 coverage of this particular event, but the coverage will continue on ABN1 and just shortly. Currently in this particular situation, Ryan Littlemore in Project Valorous sitting in first for GTP. John Connor's currently sitting in the pits, but sitting in first for GT Amateur, and Lorenzo Castellani in the 07 Racing GT piloting the Mercedes into first for GT Pro. So as we come to a close for ABN2's coverage, I guess I could ask the both of you a question. We've seen quite a lot so far over the past few hours of broadcasting here on this channel, and we've seen quite a lot happen. What would you suggest to the drivers out there as advice moving forward into the waking hours of the morning soon to approach?
I guess I'll go first on this one. I would say keep your consistency. A lot of these drivers, especially the leading drivers, are showing a lot of consistency. So I would say keep your heads on your shoulders, keep your consistency. Take advantage of the better track conditions that happen, what we call golden hour. Take advantage of that, but don't push your cars beyond what you need to do. You're all in very good positions, and keep it that way. So keep your heads about you, keep your consistency, drive your race, and you will succeed.
And just as you mentioned that, actually, Vladislav Shapov in the negative Delta Porsche, sitting in 8th, had a bit of an inconsistency, a little bit of a slip up there. Going a little sideways through the final chicanes of the lap, but managing to get the car back on track, all safe and sound. So your keys to victory are consistency, as we see Andre Campanolo in the Lithium Motorsports Amateur Porsche made the pass on John Connors in the Slippers Racing Team Mercedes, while John Connors was in the pits. Now, as for you, Kevin Young, what about you? What are your keys to success for, what's your advice to these drivers heading into the back half of this race?
Well, I wish I could give a different. I wish I had this big ha-ha, rah-rah that was different to what my co-commentator said, Bobby. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. If you're right now leading a stage, like you're the 50, the 201, the 334, consistency is your friend. Don't make mistakes. Don't try to push too hard, and don't have errors that will cause you problems that could make headaches down the road. Consistency is your friend. Now, if you're a car a little bit further down right now, like Magic Air 55, for instance, about a minute back, it's gonna be hard to make that up on track. So again, even then, you don't want to, because it's so hard, you gotta hope for some luck or some cautions or something to play out to your favor. So at the end of the day, be consistent. Don't make many mistakes. Go a little bit hard, especially if you're a little further back. Don't be afraid to go too off, because then you'll lose time. But your main thing, just keep out of the wall, keep pointing in the right direction, and keep it all straight. And at the very least, you'll finish this race without any problems. And make sure, lastly, right now, this junction, you limit the off tracks and limit the penalties. So when new drivers step in the crunch time hours, you got at least some breathing room, and don't get a late race drive-through.
Well, for me personally, I feel like the advice I would offer to these drivers is just let the race come to you. Specifically for Ryder Engineering Esports, they need to finish in 3rd to take the championship home from France. So, in my opinion, if I was Ryder, there's nothing you can do from here except keep driving. So just let the race come to you. Those positions will be handed to you if the gods watching feel you've earned it. But as of right now, Stan Gable in the German simracing.de GTP taking over from Lars Votzweg. The German sim racing 11 car has been sitting pretty so far in 3rd. Ryder is just behind just 40 seconds behind, rather. So anything could still happen, but Yeah, I guess my recommendation to anybody is just let the race come to you. There are some things beyond your control, and just let them be beyond your control, and let them be nothing more. Meanwhile, looking around here. Yeah, oh, we just saw a car go sideways. That was Orlan Malinov going back into the tire barriers, backing into it in that Porsche. That's not a good thing. That might have done some engine damage. The negative delta losing a position out of that. So Sergio Ochoa Exposito in the Carbano Esports JD GT3 AM 366 Ferrari, benefiting from what we were just mentioning before. Another Porsche making another mistake.
I don't think that Porsche made a mistake on its own. Looking at the replay there, jumping in right here, Malinov was going into the exit of the Porsche curves and got clipped, I believe, off of the back of the one of the GT3s.
Oh, yep, I heard the collision there.
I think
Yeah,
maybe
good
just
catch.
got a little bit wide there, but definitely a little bit of interclass contact to bring us back on ABN1.
Yeah, on ABN2, we haven't seen any interclass conflict like this. And yep, as you mentioned, yeah, there's the collision that I hadn't noticed from before. But yeah, we hadn't seen any interclass exchanges up until that point here on ABN2, so befitting of an endurance race where we switch channels and, of course,
Right.
we have some of that classic and multi-class endurance, multi-class conflict. So, thus ends the broadcasting for PEC on ABN2 at Circuit de la Sarthe. On behalf of Bobby Crivelli, Kevin Young, Eli Sasek, and Ryan Pinnell, we thank you for tuning in. Stick around for the raid, though. The coverage is not over entirely. We're going over to ABN Esports 1 for additional coverage from Carmen Sienna behind the buttons. And thank you for watching. We really deeply appreciate that, as well as PEC appreciating it as well. And we hope to see all of y'all on ABN1 as we continue coverage.